Wow, guys, that was a little weird. I don't know what happened there, but
It's like
suddenly we
crazy echo. Crazy echo. Are you in both rooms at the same time? I might
yeah.
be
Let me
actually.
cut here. Okay, I'm out of there. So that was a bit strange. Hopefully Geraldine can come in here. That's never happened before. That was really strange. Right, that was kind of very strange. Okay, so hopefully Geraldine can come in here, and I'm going to send this link in WhatsApp to Dr. Joan and Kathy. Um, oh boy.
I'm gonna jump into the stream and make sure she gets over here.
Okay, I'll be right here. Apologies, guys. That was kind of messed up. Never happened that before like that, but shit does happen, and it certainly did happen. So we're back, right? So not really quite sure what happened there. Just hands up in the air on that one, guys. And Rob has just took off to go and get Geraldine into this studio here. So we will be going with her here really quick. So this is gonna put us behind on schedule for a few minutes, but that's all good. I'm sure we can make it up here somewhere along the line here today. Share this out, guys. Damn, that really sucked. Okay, so send that. Let me come back into the studio here and
And
add to the stream.
I'm gonna send this to
Send it to Geraldine. I was just saying
yeah.
that we'll extend up here a little bit by 10 minutes so that Geraldine has her full time, and then we'll just make that time up along the way here today. 10-15 minutes, I guess, about 15 minutes behind. That's all good. It's okay. Things happen. Shit happens. Yeah,
Yeah.
Darian, Geraldine will be back here in just a couple of minutes. We're sending her the link, and everyone else should be back here in the room. Um, so yeah. Damn, hey Rob. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this. Besides the little hiccup that we just had here.
Well, I think we recovered pretty quickly from that. That was really quick. We got right into the next one. So
Yeah, that's good. I just wish that didn't happen. And people are starting to file in here now. So hopefully Geraldine can be in here in just a few minutes. Like I said, we'll extend Geraldine's presentation by like 15 minutes, so that she gets a little
sure.
bit of time,
We
and then
just
we'll
gotta
make
make
that.
sure all of the people that are coming after have the new link too. So if you know whoever's got to come in next, make sure that
Yeah,
you
yeah. So we need new links. Who's coming up next? So let me take a look. Kathy Mason's up next. I've
yep,
sent Kathy the link. I've sent Dr. Joan a link. So we'll need to send a new link to Megan, and I will
doing it
send
right
a new
now.
link to Geraldine Jones Putra and as well as Valerie. In fact, I'll send those links to Evan Strong, and then Evan will forward those to our speakers. Man, that was really strange. I've never had that happen ever here in the studio before, so kind of
I've
strange.
never seen that either. That was wild. Like I don't understand how that just all of a sudden boom shut down.
Yeah, I went into another window, and then luckily I just jumped back in because I was like, and then all of a sudden it was gone. I was like, whoa, because it's a two step process when you hit end broadcast and then you got to hit end broadcast again. So not too sure. I'm gonna shoot StreamYard a message and find out why that happened and to make sure that that doesn't happen again. Um, yeah.
Seems like we picked
Um,
everybody back up pretty fast though.
yeah,
Wasn't
Darian
that
is
bad.
saying, really not surprised at all. Yeah, it's a pretty heavy duty topic we were talking about there too. But I've never experience StreamYard to really do any kind of censorship. It doesn't make any sense, right? So all our people are coming back in. So guys, just give it a minute or two, and then we will have Geraldine back in the house here. So while we're waiting for Geraldine to show up, let me just quickly share my screen with you guys, and I will share the link here as well. This is to Dr. Joan's website, and you guys should really get this book that Dr. Joan has here. So I'm going to toss that up in there. This is the book, guys, free PDF ebook, 5-minute guide to fulfilling your true calling.
Geraldine is back too.
Angels.com. Geraldine is back?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I'll remove that really quick. So guys, I'll share that link, and head on over and download that book, and let us know what you think. So cool. Bring Geraldine on.
There we go.
Geraldine.
Hey guys.
Just all of a sudden, boom, we're down and out, got kicked in the balls, and down we went.
That's okay. No problem. No problem.
So we'll add like 15 minutes to your time here, and then we'll just make that time up for the rest of the day, because really we want to get.
Are you sure?
15
okay.
Minutes yeah. We'll pick up where you left off. So if you want to share your screen, we'll throw that back up there.
Okay, let me find that, and let me get that for you. Here we go. I guess we're gonna have to do entire screen again. There we go.
There we are.
All right, so let's just keep going. Oh, you guys, can you see? I guess I have to put in presentation mode.
Yeah, I see it, Geraldine. We're at DNA alterations made to our sun.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Wonderful. So welcome back, everybody. Part 2. When we were just discussing about how the sun plays a huge role in the alteration of DNA, not just of the human, but also of the planet itself. The planet itself seems to have its own structure of storage system, which we call the Akashic records. But there's also another aspect of that before it comes into, there's layers of how information is processed from an energetic form to a liquid form to becoming a more crystallized form. And so all matter that is more solid is kind of like the crystallized form of that vibrational frequency. So in that same way, matter is affected by vibrational frequency and will respond and react to frequency depending on its own density. And the sun very much functions like an antenna of frequency that begins to emit from the center core of the sun out to every single planet. And so it becomes like an antenna when there are major, stellar events going on, celestial events going on in the universe. It really does open and change the way that vibrational frequency is moving and traveling through the multiverse, through our galaxies, and then to us, and how we receive that information also changes. Now, this is really important because let's take it back home to our physical bodies now that we kind of have a little visual of how these energy systems are interconnected. When we think of the human body and how the human body becomes this conduit of energy, just like the multiverse and the earth receives and exchanges energy with itself. Through history, and what is the link between here, the organisms that make up Earth seem to have been descendants of these interdimensional beings. And if we look at, for example, the stories of the book of Enoch, for example, that discusses the union between these higher beings that descend from the sky and mix with these earth beings in order to create life, but more so the story of the universe itself, how Sophia breathes life into Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth then breathes life into archons, creating this matrix that we call the multiverse, and then the earth and all of these humans which participate in something called a soul cycle. And these soul cycles that are constant revolutions and recycles of experiential expression of infinite consciousness, we participate in that. And it's important to know this because it really helps us understand the mechanics of the soul and the role that the human is playing on this earth in this physical body. The soul, when it comes into the physical body, the energy first, the energetic expression and the movement of the earth, of the human body, also moves in this kind of toroidal form. And the way that energy moves through the physical body does spiral through the main energy centers of the body, which are constructed of the organ system and many layers of the body, from physical to non-physical. Essentially, the trinity that we participate in this multidimensionality, and in order to master the physical plane, is a combination of your soul essence feeding into this physical hologram, and then learning how to navigate in the three-dimensional plane, or all dimensional planes in which we become aware of. What actually helps us access the information in dimensional planes is our awareness of them and our resonance to them. So this is kind of like the symphony that makes up the human experience, learning to navigate all parts of this, the hologram that we're projecting, the hologram that we are, and then the infinite source that feeds into those experiences. Now, how does matter from this soul create this hologram? What is this hologram? The hologram, which is your physical body, ends up producing a certain form. It ends up creating a certain shape. And one of my favorite researchers that discusses this is Dr. Manfred Kleins, who talks about cynetics. He wrote this book called Cynetics. And it is an absolutely beautiful book that he researched how waveforms, wavelengths, and frequency create certain shapes. Emotions create a certain shape. Thoughts create a certain shape. So there is a certain language. And for example, this is an image showing how grief looks, for example, the vibrational frequency looks like in grief, how sex looks, for example, there's a certain vibrational frequency, anger, certain vibrational frequency, no emotion even has a certain pattern and a wavelength. Okay, so this is important because now we understand the connection between vibrational frequency and form. And in fact, this becomes kind of like the blueprint of our creation. If these waveforms are created by emotion, for example, hate, it creates these little very undulations that are much closer together, as opposed to love, how love is a little bit more fluid, it's more functional, it's moving. And again, with all the other emotions, if you take a moment to look at them, grief is moving at this very, heavy and jaggedy vibrational frequency, okay? So each one of our emotions becomes like a language. Frequencies and wavelengths that are more heavy are usually wider, slower. Frequencies that are higher become faster. Okay, they're faster, they are a higher vibrational frequency. And so if we understand how this vibrational frequency travels, not just through our own physical bodies, but even the multiverse, we begin to see that everything creates form based on how this frequency affects that physical matter. This is a picture of different vibrational frequencies, intentions that when photographed on water create these different forms. Okay, so every single one of these expressions have a certain specific manifestation in form. There is an order, there is an organization to how each one of these molecules are vibrating at different frequencies, and they create this different expression. So we also see this in our DNA. Our DNA is also oscillating. Just the way that I was shown the molecules oscillating to create these toroidal fields in humans, in all matter, our human bodies at the cellular level are also oscillating to create these incredibly beautiful forms. Even the kind of DNA that we have in our body has different shapes. So each human essentially represents a different kind of expression that is very unique to the human. And it's within this genetic information that we begin to find some kind of a language. The way DNA is actually written functions like these sequence of gene codes that when you put them together, when you put these codons in certain order, they say something different. When you change that order, it could mean something different. And our DNA is written very much in this way. In fact, from the beginning of time, we actually feel that language is way older than our human language. Our genetic code, the way that the patterns are created in vibrational frequency, might be actually the blueprint to the development of language, because we begin to understand that the evolution of language through history also has its origins in a similar pattern overlapping, of course, the evolution of mankind. And language has evolved through history based on the timelines, the experiences, the influences of the external world to those races, to these cultures, have changed and shifted the way that we utilize and how we express language. Now, next level, we are talking about light language, for example, which is something that is kind of new in our human last century, where we begin to become aware of a different, when we say people speak in tongues, for example, or they begin to channel these vibrational sounds that are not the English language or any known human language, it begins to form a different frequency. And when I had a near-death experience and had other activations after doing even more healing work in the past 5 years, I began to also speak light language from one day to the next, and I didn't even understand what it was at that moment. But what I realized is that I had been deprogramming my DNA to a point where I was activating aspects of DNA, hidden aspects of DNA, what I call dark DNA, which is encoded information that allows you to have access to interdimensional aspects of yourself. And it's through this interdimensional aspect of yourself that you begin to have access to higher forms of information and language. So we are communicating and we're learning essentially the language of the universe. And through this language can begin to affect matter. This is how we begin to understand how we can affect our genetic information. Okay, so we talk about DNA reprogramming. I've been talking about that a lot, but what does that mean? It means that through sound, vibrational frequency, we are changing the form of the physicality of your matter. When you go through certain healings, vibrational healings, your entire system is changing, not just vibrationally, but the emanations of your form is also changing. And this is the same for, of course, it is affecting all the parts that are part of your human form, which is your health, your vitality, your mind, your psychology, the way that you perceive the world around you, and how you are manifesting and affecting the hologram of the external world is also being affected by this kind of activation. In order to understand that, we need to look at what is our external environment. The external environment is a series of dimensions that we, as the conducer of the hologram, the projector of the hologram, which is the human, begins to move in and out of all of these vibrational dimensions at all times. Mediums are tuning in and out of other dimensional planes, speaking with ghosts, people that have passed, disembodied souls. Other people that are connected to higher dimensional frequencies are connecting with interdimensional beings, ETs, so on and so forth. But all of us have access to that data, to that information through our physical body by either activating or deactivating aspects of our own holographic genetics. So vibrational frequencies are oscillations. The same way our human body is oscillating, the rate of oscillation of ourselves, our vibrational frequency, changes what we are in resonance to. And the earth functions in that way collectively. So if there's a lot of war going on the earth, if we have a lot of fear going on in the earth, the entire vibrational movement of the earth also changes. One of the things that I saw a few years ago when I was first coming into some of this information was how we were going to be going through this pandemic, essentially, through a moment in time in the multiverse that everything would slow down to the point in which we would be targeted with our own fear, and the manipulation of that fear would slow down and attack the systems, the organisms that are living here on Earth, which are ourselves, humans. And it does function like a virus that takes over the entire system and hijacks the ability to manifest, to create, to move forward, to ascend, essentially, to elevate your vibrational frequency. But how we are moving through these time and spaces plays a role in the greater picture. We are right now moving through the center point of this loop that you see here, which is the infinity loop. This is the trajectory that the multiverse is moving at, as well as in a spiral form. It is spiraling, creating this infinity loop. And when we reach the center point of that infinity loop, it's when we are moving from one dimension to another. And based on the organisms that are participating in the alignment of vibrational frequency of the earth and the collective, you will be able to transition smoothly because you're a match to that. But those frequencies that are lower in form will not match that new vibrational frequency that is coming for the collective. And so a lot of times it ends up creating a counter-creative response. The human dissolves. Essentially, it will perish. And that soul essence will go back into that reincarnation cycle. And the beauty of that is that we can see the patterns of this movement of life force moving through its opposing force, its complementary force, really what we know as dark matter, that is surrounding this light, this expansive aspect of ourselves. In fact, we are very much made up of these frequencies. We are like black holes. We are vortices. Our physical body functions like vortices, and we are creating these kinds of expressions and contrast within this dark matter and light matter. Our body very much functions in that same way. You can look at the brains of the cells in comparison to galaxies. The architecture of how this movement of this organism is very similar, micro and macro. And it's important to know that, because if we can affect our physical body and heal the physical body, think of what the entire earth can do as a collective, playing a role in the bigger picture. This is a picture of well, they're called neural rosettes, but it's what an embryonic stem cell looks like when it's assembling into this spheric form. It has all of these little threads that are connecting it to its other organism. And our human bodies function in the same way. Okay, this is how energy is connected. It's brought together to create this form by vibrational frequency. But our human bodies, when I look at a human and I see their multidimensional body, it very much looks like this. We are layers and layers of frequencies, dimensional planes that are held together by infinite threads, which make up essentially this kind of a lattice form around our physical body. And this lattice form is basically our environment. It runs through the meridian lines in the body, as well as connecting and enhancing and working with the grid lines of the earth. So anytime that we are going through healing, we are changing not only the information that's running through the physical body, but the resonance of the body, which manifests into timelines. every single one of these nodes of energy that run through the body are kind of functioning on an axis, which the entire multiverse is also functioning on the same axis of dimensional planes. We are those dimensional planes. Within our body is all the dimensional planes that we are experiencing. So essentially, we are projecting our reality and can affect that reality. The way that our human body functions is, again, like this torsional field, just like I showed you the oscillation of a cell, the oscillation of the earth, and so on and so forth. The human has the ability of moving this life force through the physical body. And it's when we expand this vortex into its highest speeding movement that we can begin to access higher dimensional planes. The way that the energy moves through the physical body, creating this kind of caduce shape, it's alternating from right to left and overlapping each other. The energy is moving, it's weaving through the physical body. It is the union of the masculine and feminine aspects of the human body. Again, that divine trinity that we're talking about, the integration of those two aspects that make up the movement of the human body. And so just the way we have this movement through our physical bodies, the universe as well moves in this exact same way. When we want to match that movement, because when we match that movement of nature functions in this same way. This is where the human can come into vitality. It can come into health. It can open up the runways of frequency through the body, and it can begin to activate the higher levels of its body. We usually end up with all kinds of blockages in the physical body. And the blockages occur because they are a part of the expression of the genetic matrix. Okay, when the soul comes into the physical body, it organizes itself into the 7 chakras. They're just 7 vortices of frequency that are running together to pull together this physical hologram. But we also are connecting to the DNA of the matrix, and within that is encoded your ancestral lineage. All the information that is coming down your ancestral lineage is accessible for you to heal and deprogram any kind of cyclical belief systems that limit the expansion of you as a soul, as an infinite soul. All the data, including ET contact that runs through the family, because what makes your genetic code so incredibly valuable, each and every one of you, is that we all have one origin. It's from that origin that literally 2,000 years ago, you and I were related. You and I have some cousin, some family member in common. Can you believe that? So the amazing thing about that is that we are all related. We are all connected genetically, which means that we're cycling through the same kind of cyclical programs. And a lot of times these programs are what limit our expansion. When we deprogram those programs, that is when we can go ahead and access and begin to move the toroidal movement of this physical body. We literally begin to spin. We either become a black hole or a white hole. The entire multiverse is made up of these white hole and black holes, just the way I showed you that network of dark matter and light. We are moving through that energy. It's either contractive or it's expansive. So our human bodies function in that same way. Are you contracting or are you expanding? The more that you expand, the faster you're moving, the more that you are bringing life force into the body. How you speed up the movement of your physical body depends on the integration of the two aspects of yourself, because that is the expression of duality within this expression that we're in. Everything from our original conception and the process of gestation shows us in the process of gestation our historical background, how we came to be. We go through phases of gestation in the process that begin to manifest vibrational forms, shapes of all of our ancestors, not just human ancestors, but interdimensional aspects of ourselves. In fact, we are a cocktail of DNA. And it is very interesting because the hybridization program is not just an external program of hybridization where hybrids are being created. We are those hybrids. We are the product of that genetic modification. And this is just a very simplistic depiction of how we perceive these interdimensional beings vibrationally from lowest to highest. We have this idea that, let's say, the draconians are from the lowest frequency and these light beings are from the highest. But in fact, all of these species that we come in contact with are also a cocktail of genetic information. And all of this information makes up who we are as well. How we access and activate the dark DNA of ourselves is how we begin to access these lineages that are within us. And I believe that people not only believe, but research is showing that contactees that begin to have some kind of strong spiritual practice begin to activate their ET, their intuition, their abilities, absolutely begin to also have ET contact. And we need to learn how to navigate these next levels, these dimensional layers of information, because all of this is encoded in your DNA. It is actually in 1 tablespoon of DNA, you can see the entire world history. So you imagine how much information you have within you. In fact, we only 2% of the DNA that writes the protein to make up your physical hologram is what we know of. The rest of it, we have no idea what it does, right? In our common science and biology, we don't understand what it does. So what we're looking at is an intelligent, self-organizing system that is linked to this physical body, to the physical form that produces this hologram of the physical and then begins to give us access to higher dimensional planes. All this information that is within our junk DNA is information that is passed down through our mitochondria, but also interdimensionally, it is within the Akashic record of this matrix multiverse, because the matrix multiverse also has its own genetic history. And when we come into this matrix, which I'm going to simplify it by saying it a 3-dimensional plane, physical plane. This is where we access this data. You are able to transcend that data by deprogramming aspects of yourself that no longer align with the vibrational evolutionary process that you are going through. We are more fundamentally electromagnetic rather than chemical beings, because the runways of energy that run through the body, through emotions, through the nervous system, through the multidimensional body, are systems that are biocomputing that information. We can change the form of the human body. And many things participate in that. The food that we eat, the emotions that we feel, the way that we perceive things around us, the programs that we're running in the subconscious mind, all of that plays a role. We want to deprogram that so that we can come into this neutral creator human. The neutral creator human is aware of itself as more of an interdimensional being. We are all the dimensional planes, and within the dimensional planes, we have access to these interdimensional contact aspects of ourselves. So this is how we begin to kind of understand historically what our ancestors have gone through and what we are, the potential that we have as interdimensional beings through this evolutionary process that we're experiencing. And because everything is cycles, we have the ability of each moment, each morning that you rise is a new rebirth into an opportunity to change the expression of yourself, of your form. Your entire human body emits a certain unique frequency. And each person has a frequency that when you meditate, it changes. When you get angry and you have a difficult depression or go through a difficult time, your vibrational frequency changes. The emanation of that changes. So we can address and change the vibrational frequency in vivo. It is the rebalancing of the dualistic aspects of ourselves. Now, when we talk about actually moving through this infinite consciousness that runs through the body, it organizes in this beautiful vortices of energy that are connected to the human body, to the organs, to the endocrine system, to the grids of the earth. And wherever we have stagnant information, we are unable to move that infinite source through the body. So not only that, but the way that we function in the physical form will limit our ability to have interdimensional contact or activate our ability to have interdimensional contact. When things that are genetically modifying our physical body externally, because we also have external modifications, things like pharmaceuticals, things like the foods that we eat, things that are either conducive and creative, are constructing this physical body. So, for example, in eating, it's really important to remember that even though our food holds a certain frequency, our intention into that food, because remember, everything is frequency, we can change what it does for the body. Your food can become your medicine. Your water that you drink can become your medicine, your healing that you need. If you require healing, if you require even emotions, or if you need love, connection, acknowledgement, support, you can provide that for yourself through the things that you are ingesting, because you are affecting your whole body. And all these vibrational frequencies of emotions is adding to that every single moment of your day. As we are evolving as a collective right now, moving through this center point of evolution, things are moving up faster, which means that it becomes into physical form quicker. And this is what we've been experiencing collectively. And we've been coming to this moment for the past 10 years. And now we're here and we're going to the next phase in which things are going to move even faster, in which we are choosing between the organic and the unconscious, essentially. Okay? And what that means is that either we come into a creator state, or we come out of being in a creator state. This is important for the body. How DNA is modified is by that vibrational frequency, and it can happen in vitro, it happens environmentally. So for mothers out there that are expecting children, remember that the child absorbs and is affected by absolutely everything around them. And in the hybridization program, this is something that's incredibly important for the fetuses that are being cultivated and created as well. So we are a universe of energy. Now, the other side of this, which is another topic that we can talk about another time, but the multiverse itself is participating in this three-dimensional journey. And because of its nature of dualistic expression, there are those that become, when certain organisms reject their own understanding of themselves, they become parasitic. And so the exchange becomes uneven. And some of these organisms, it can be anything that we call parasitic, whether they're systems of our reality or other beings internally and externally to us, begin to siphon life force. And how that happens is because we give away our power, because we become unconscious of our power. What does our power mean? It simply is awareness, the awareness of ourselves. So when we become aware of our physical body, aware of our ability to master matter, that's the only time when we can actually affect change timelines. We can actually embody our free will and begin to affect the collective. Without that, we basically become a food source for other organisms that are more aware of us or functioning in some level of consciousness that is very, very privy to how these laws of manifestation and energy exchange function. So it's important that you understand, as a creator, as a human organism, how you function, so that you can begin to become in charge of this organism instead of being affected by those things outside of you. Now, the next part of this is where we start talking about interdimensional contact. Within all of that junk DNA is encoded all of our all of our the rest of our DNA, which includes the cocktail of many species that we have participated in. Those of you that are already having contact, you are quite aware of the kind of species that you're in contact with. Some of you see the species in forms of mantid, reptilian, it can be humanoid, it can be Pleiadian, whatever it is that you see it as is a reflection and a holographic expression of what is encoded in your genetic information. This is how contact functions, and it's why that's important in our spiritual evolution is because each one of these vibrational frequencies, beyond the form that they're manifesting to you, it's about vibrational frequency. So more so in your contact, become aware of what you're in resonance with. Are you in a state of fear? Are you in a state of love? Are you, if you're in any kind of counter-creative feeling like fear, you're going to manifest more of that. So it's all within your power in how you are beginning to navigate those realms, just the way we navigate the physical plane. The physical plane is we are projectors that are projecting into our reality, our experience. Our emotional responses make up a frequency, and it becomes a resonance to those that we are interacting with and the things that we're interacting with. So we can affect that change. Your holographic DNA becomes affected by that. Your organism on the physical level becomes affected by that. Now, here are some quick resume of what we would discuss today. How to achieve unity consciousness. Essentially, what we are moving towards is a unity, no longer seeing anything as separate. Because as I showed you here today, we are participating in a multiverse of beautifully self-organized information that makes up a nucleus of creators. We are all creators, and when we learn how the mechanics of creations function, that is when you can begin to affect the collective. Deprogramming of matrix programming, fears, anything that triggers you is the leaking of your life force, the attention of your energy of creation into things that are counter-creative. Okay, understanding how to discern and to understand what truth is, what is true. There are many potential truths because we are living in infinite potential timelines, but how we can navigate them is from a neutral point where you can observe from that neutrality what is creative, what is destructive, what is love, what is fear. These two are the guidelines of creation that are not only biochemically conducive, but we are navigating that on a creator state. It's what injects into material form, as you can see, wavelengths that create that form. So awareness of your multidimensionality, awareness of yourself as this multidimensional expression that is navigating on more than just the physical plane, and really accepting that and getting beyond the fears of that as a fact, because we need to kind of move into that next level navigation of our reality kind of sooner than later, because we are moving in that direction in the frequency as a collective. And more people are going to have contact, more people are going to tune into their intuitions, and that's the next one, training your intuitive abilities, because intuition is a state of being. It's not just a tool that you can or cannot use. It is a way of life. It's the navigation in the material form. So it's essential that you understand that. And how we do that, how we cultivate that intuition, is by pulling away from just technology, going into nature to help realign your entire multidimensional body. You're aligning again with the natural rhythms of the earth and of the collective, and the energy runways. You begin to clear it up.
Beautiful one. This has been the most amazing presentation. And we let you go an extra 10 minutes or so, 15 minutes. Because we love you so much, and the comments are just crazy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'll be really quick. I'm pretty much done. I'll end this slide because you can probably read that. That we want to change resonance in order to experience more than just a cyclical reincarnation cycle. And yeah, that pretty much brings me to the end of my presentation, actually. But if you guys have any questions, you can please feel free to connect with me. And let me stop share. There we go. Okay.
That was an amazing presentation, Geraldine. Okay, someone is echoing. It's got to be me. All right.
Let me.
Dr. Joan, I muted your other mic. Right, the one that's not highlighted, I muted that so it doesn't come through.
No, I can't hear you, Joan. Oh no. Should we try unmuting, muting?
Yeah, I gotta, Dr. Joan, you gotta unmute.
Is that what it is? Oh, I still can't hear you though.
No, I still can't hear you, Dr. Joan.
Still can't hear you. Yeah.
No, nothing yet. Maybe try the other mic in the other window. You have two windows open down below.
Darn, we can't hear you.
I'm not getting anything, Dr. Joan. So while we are waiting for Dr. Joan to pick her audio, I got a question for you,
Okay.
Geraldine.
Perfect.
It is from Maddie Reardon, and he asked us, if your soul gets damaged, can you heal it using ley lines and meditations?
Sure. So essentially, the soul is infinite life force, so it cannot get damaged. Your physical form and the perception probably is affected by patterns of, troubling blockages and limiting belief systems. What we want to focus on is deprogramming and changing, broadening your perspective of those traumas or painful experiences that we have. And that is how you begin to heal and reintegrate the physical form. Your soul is infinite. So now when you do that, you can utilize Earth's energy of the Earth to help move some of that life force. But more importantly, as you integrate and heal that trauma in the physical form, you begin to open the meridians in your own body. And that's the essential thing. The Earth has ley lines, but your physical body has some ley lines that which are, meridians in the body. So when we have trauma, we create stagnation. The life force can't move through. We want life force to move fully through the body without blockages. So that's first. And you can utilize ley lines to help enhance that healing, but really you need to learn how to master that anywhere you are.
Mm-hmm. Is that why it's so important to keep your chakras healthy and aligned and be on a good diet so that it doesn't get, like plaque on it, so to say, like a film where it blocks the energy from flowing through?
Exactly. And it's actually the chakras which are projectors of our reality. And I'll be talking about that at the conference in Sedona this week. Hopefully we get a recording of that. But how we project into our reality is actually in our chakra genetic hologram. And so when we have traumas, we block what we can see even, or what we can project, what we can create. So yes, this very much is all interconnected to that.
Now, it's just a follow-up question on that. Now, would that practice also work if you have like genetic trauma from previous lives, or just ancestral trauma that's come through?
Absolutely. In fact, this lifetime is the opportunity for you to, and this is why we reincarnate again. We come back into the reincarnation cycle because something hasn't been, you have not changed your vibrational frequency to be in resonance for something other than the three-dimensional plane. The three-dimensional plane becomes kind of like, it's a very physical, you're learning emotions and you're learning how to see beyond the physical. Okay, so what happens is when you start looking at the programs that make up your belief systems now, you're going to notice that all you're doing is you're cycling through cyclical programs of your entire ancestral lineage. So once you understand that, you're healing for the entire lineage, and you begin to reintegrate fragments of your soul, yourself, which are your ancestral aspects. And so this is really powerful because you understand your view broadens, your perspective broadens, and the broadening of perspective is the changing of vibrational frequency. That's really what's making up this entire emanation of your expression.
That is just profound. It really is to understand that you can clear up the trauma, the ancestral trauma, like right here, right now.
Exactly. Absolutely.
That's extremely profound. Like the hair on my arms is like standing up when you said that. It's amazing. Because I'm thinking about the Aboriginal trauma that's happened over the course of the last couple hundred years, and how we being Aboriginals, on how we can heal that trauma so that future generations, like my great grandkids, don't have to deal with it as much as, like, say, I would have to.
Exactly. So the way that we see that trauma right now immediately will begin to change your genetic structure. Think about that, because even a child in vitro, when there's fighting around, the child feels all of that. It is encoding her genetic information. So imagine your children, how we feel about things. It creates an energetic field in our nucleus, and then they take that on as well. So when we change our perspective, we are immediately changing what we're creating in our generations.
That's beautiful. I love that, Geraldine. I'm going to start doing that. I never really thought about it like that, because I do, hypnotherapy, time travel within myself, where I take myself back in time to like my own lifetime, and I try to, comfort myself and exchange that energy from now to back then. And I never really thought about like going even further internal and going into the ancestral timeline and to go back there and begin to share my energy and begin to share the love so that we can begin to heal
Totally.
trauma, really, because if it happens to one group of people on the planet, then it's happened to everybody, because it just has that ripple effect.
Exactly. And the other part of that is that when we think about timelines, it's all happening simultaneously. That's the thing that we have to remember. So what happens is when you become aware of these ancestral parts of you, you're expanding yourself. You're becoming whole. And the work that you're doing and the work that people do in doing this ancestral work, you're basically becoming the universe. And essentially, it's almost like we become our own planets once we become aware of ourselves as ourselves, as the earth, as the collective. We see ourselves as one. This is the journey to see yourself as one, is doing this kind of work that you're doing. So it's incredibly essential. You're reintegrating fragments of yourself, which means that those aspects of yourself have woken up. They've become aware of themselves, and that's actually what it means to become, whole again. Yeah.
Okay, let's dig through this, and let's do one more question, and then we'll bring Dr. Joan and Kathy Mason on. So let's do this one right here from Matthew M. He says, I'm not really quite sure what he means by this. Maybe you can emphasize on that. He says, it was originally medicine wheel, wasn't it? I'm not really quite sure where he's...
Yeah, exactly. So the indigenous people talked about the medicine wheel, and basically that's a depiction of ourselves as these multidimensional beings. Every single layer of our body is a dimensional plane, and so the more we become aware and we access those dimensional layers, the more we see ourselves as the universe as the whole. And that's really what they meant by this medicine wheel. And there's actually many different ancient cultures that talk about this kind of whole holistic view of the human form, not just the medicine wheel, just seeing yourself as the whole. The mandalas, the many different, I can't right now, it doesn't come to my mind the names of those those things that they did, but it's depicting the form of the human, which is very much a sphere. It's a round, it's a manifestation. This is the toroidal field of this human expression.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you very much, Geraldine. I truly appreciate your download. There's just a lot of people are just loving on what you said. They're resonating not
Nice.
only in this chat thread, but in the part one as well. So they definitely enjoyed it. And guys, please go to Geraldine's YouTube channel and subscribe to that. Hit the bell so that you get notifications for when Geraldine is giving some uploads and downloads. And also visit GeraldineOrozco.com to learn more about Geraldine, or maybe even to set up an appointment to get some work done for yourself. So Geraldine, thank you very much. Do you have any final thoughts or any words for our audience before we bring on our next?
I just want to thank you so much for joining me today. And I do see one question about, can we heal our grown-up children doing the work ourselves? And the question is yes, because we are one. So just a quick answer for her. But yeah, if anybody would like to get a DNA reprogramming with me or a hypnotherapy, please reach out. I'm here to serve. And also the support group at hybridmother.com. If you're an experiencer that wants to learn more about it, you can also find that there. Thank you so much for having me. It was an honor to be here, and thank you. That's all.
You're very welcome, Geraldine. Thank you very much. Love you, sister, and hopefully we can do this again. And good luck with the conference coming up this week. Can't wait to see the recording of it.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. We'll share that
Thank
soon.
you, my sister.
Bye.
Thank you. Have
Much
a blessed
love.
day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Let's I'm not really quite sure which window to bring up of Dr. Joan because there's let's try this one right here.
All right. Yes.
There we go.
Well,
And,
I had to be inventive. I'm on my cell phone.
Oh wow.
Archangel Michael's right behind me. You can see him. Most people
I see it.
This view of the sanctuary. Thank you.
So I will remove myself from the screen. But first, what I'll do, Dr. Joan, is I will read Kathy's bio, and then we'll get you guys going, and we'll do an hour. So it's let's say 3:15. So we'll go until 4:15. Maybe we'll go until 4 o'clock, and we'll do questions for the last 15 minutes. So I'll shut my camera and I will get Kathy's bio, which I've got loaded right up over here. And watch now, my computer's going to mess around. Oh, good, right here. Okay, right on. So Kathy I have to say I met Kathy recently, and I love Kathy. She's become like a sister of mine. Huge respect and kudos for her. And also, guys, this event here is also endorsed and sponsored by Mason Works. So I will be sharing the website, so you guys might want to go check that out. So I will do this now. Kathy Mason is an Amazon. She is amazing. Kathy Mason is an Amazon best-selling author, speaker, host of the show Conscious Business Zone, and online sales specialist who works with conscious companies to help them grow. She's a psychic and intuitive and can see your soul mission and help you create that vision now. Through her company, Mason Works Marketing, she lovingly supports her clients as a seasoned interactive strategy coach and implementer with a solid background in developing products and publicity across all digital platforms: internet, television, mobile, in-store marketing, and social networks. She's a high-energy cause marketing expert with over 20 years of expertise at rolling out cutting-edge strategies for business building, communications, implementations, training, and book or ebook publications. Welcome, Kathy Mason, officially. I appreciate you, and I love you very much, and I'm looking forward to developing our friendship over the next decades. So I will star all of the questions that are coming in, and then I'll toss those at you guys with about 15 minutes left. Family, throw your questions into the chat, and we will get this show on the road.
Sweet. Oh my God, that was quite an introduction, but I'm not going to let you off the hook yet, Kathy. I want everyone to know that I met Kathy about 1.5 years ago because every author that I knew was raving about Kathy. Like Kathy was the one to just know. And so I kind of wiggled my way into her consciousness, like, oh, she'd wake up. Oh, there's Joan. I guess I should include her, which was quite miraculous. But what was really amazing was working with Kathy. And I want to share that experience before we move on, because you're a business person. You do marketing. You bring out speakers and authors. So you do real 3D work. But what I found out was that you do it from actually a fifth dimensional consciousness. And that is what was so not only intriguing, but I want everyone to know I had a session with Kathy that helped me understand, that it was time for me and my 14th dimensional being to be like merged together. It was time, but that's what I want people to know, that you somehow have a way of really bringing spirit and high vibrations into a 3D business model. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, thank you for explaining that. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, except I hear myself like as an echo on your...
Well, that's why I had to fall out of the program and I'm on my cell phone. Was to get rid of that echo. So,
okay. Well, what I would like to say is that I have always worked from that aspect, but I hid my interconnectivity to higher realms in order to fit in. I actually realized, and I remember at 8 years old, going out in the backyard, putting my arms up saying, "You left me at the wrong house, come and get me." So,
right.
I've seen and known things, and one of the gifts that I was given somehow is that I work with Saint Germain on my left, 4 Octorians behind me, and a 12th dimensional angel on my right. And from the Arcturians, which I remember them from being a little girl, they would always show me the future. So I would be in this reality, but I would see timelines. And that's what I do in my work, is I help bring those, as an alchemist, I bring those timelines into form, if you so choose, basically.
Got it. Okay. Well, bringing those timelines into forms is quite an interdimensional. It's really a fifth dimensional kind of business model. And, with all that is going on now in the world, it's really time for us to consider the fifth dimensional model. It has to come from the heart, right? So has to be heart based, I'm thinking, as part one. And then it has to come from some place that's up above, down.
Well, it's not down. We put these words on things because we can't explain it. It's all feeling, it's all heart, and it's all third eye. It is not my conscious mind. In fact, I get my conscious mind out of the way, and I use a portal through the Akashic records to your timeline, the soul timeline that wants to manifest and help you learn whatever lessons you chose before you took form. And it helps it embody and be joyful, passionate, fun, not like work. It's a divine assignment that you chose to do. And that's usually the people that find me, their soul's been trying to tell them all along. And books have fallen off shelves. They've seen the repetitive numbers, the repetitive things, but somehow they don't understand it, or they won't accept it until I do a reading and bring it in and show them the movie that I see. And then if they so choose, if they love what they see, and lots of people cry. I mean, you were energized. People have all different responses because you went, Yahoo! I thought that's what it was. but not everybody does that. Some people, I remember one of the first times I was really good at hiding my superpower. And I remember it was when we were publishing this book. It's with Alkaline. It's sole proprietorship. See how it's spelled?
Mm-hmm.
And I was it was Friday and I was tired and I went into his office and I said, they want me to tell you da 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 da. And he looks at me and he said, who are they? And it was like, uh-oh.
Got it. The boundaries just blurred, and that was your wake up.
Yes.
Right?
But the thing is, I've always seen, like, as a little girl, I'm number 4 out of 5. My parents had 5 kids in 7 years, and there was high IQ at every dinner table because my father graduated Phi Beta Kappa for Yale at 18. He went in at 14, and my mother graduated from Berkeley at 19. And these kids who were all born in 7 years were all bright as anything. And I would just watch and I could see all this stuff happening. And like, didn't they know if they did that this is what that's what it created? And most people don't know. That's why they stay in a victim mode, or they keep themselves away from their soul mission, is they don't see the possibility.
They don't see the timeline. So I'm very curious. Can we talk a little bit more about the timeline thing? And I'll tell you why I asked this. Can you hear me well enough? Okay. All right. So years I have worked with a shaman in plant medicine ceremonies. And one of the things he said once that was so intriguing was that he said that he could actually see the timeline. So I've never had anyone else say this. He said he could see your timeline and kind of, I guess, maybe the traps on your timeline. And then he could see what medicine would help you unfold your karma to get to that next level or open up your timeline. So I'm wondering if there's a similarity in this.
Well, I am a healer, but I use energy to heal. And my gift is putting up a mirror of what I see and holding it so you can see it. And then alchemizing. When I do a reading, it's by divine assignment, and I'll check if I'm supposed to work with somebody. I actually test before I ever work with anyone. And sometimes I get a no, even though the human thought. But I actually get a big, huge, what's like this big of energy that looks like one of those blow up bubbles. It's got a rainbow in it and it's full of energy. And I'm given that to manifest your heart's desire as part of this timeline. So people say they do the Akashic record readings. I go into the Akashic records to help you build your gift, your passion, your life's expression. I don't really just go in to read if you have the right boyfriend or any of those kind of readings. No, that's really not my job.
Right.
My job is to make thought and passion and desire to co-create on the cutting edge for people to bring their expression into form. And most of the time, the people that come to me are remarkable beings. They're the new teachers for all the people waking up. They're the healers for all the people waking up. They're the people that have a path that others could follow. They understand divine beauty like you do and express divine beauty. So the the lightness of form is really important. The passion is really important. They discover themselves while they're helping others, but they can't necessarily see themselves, or they don't have the path. Like when when I do a reading, my third eye allows me, Kathy, to be out of the picture, and this 4-color video comes through. And the video that comes through is the best possible timeline that their soul wants them to manifest. And somehow they find me because they know I can help that happen. But people come from all over the world that find me.
Wow, to have that special work. Actually, you know what, Kathy, it is remarkable. And you know, because we all have a soul purpose and a soul mission, and everyone has different distinct skills to manifest that, and it's so easy to get lost. Like I know in my case, I'm talented. I just have a lot of talents. I'm not bragging. I'm actually saying there's several different things I could do really well. And sometimes one of the things I called you about was to say, wait a minute, I'm like a queen of all trades, you know, or a queen of all trades. I'll leave it at that. But I'm not getting anywhere. And we sat down. So knowing your purpose and then knowing being able to ground with a concrete timeline is quite an art, and it's quite a super skill, Kathy. And I like how you shifted it. So how else do you use these timelines and these movies that you see? How can we all learn to see these movies?
Well, I don't know that everyone can learn how to see like I do, but it is definitely from your third eye. So the way, there's lots of ways to clear your third eye. I was lucky enough, I must have been awake and open right away, because I remember as a little kid going, how do you play this game? How do you get love on this planet? I remember, because everything was conditional. Everything was conditional. So I think if other people want to tap in to their possible best use of this human experience, which is one way to put it, they could work on their third eye and work on, there's lots of people, in fact, there's people that are going to be on the show the next couple of days that I get to interview that are experts at helping people open everything. But what I wanted to talk about, the idea that we're going into the Renaissance. We're coming out of the Dark Ages, and everyone has a gift. Just like in the Renaissance, everyone learned how to express art and music and design and poetry and all sorts of expression that was from here, not here. And so this is the time and the opportunity to redefine success and redefine business. And that's why I do Conscious Business Zone, is I really feel that business is the fastest way to turn the ship around. That a lot of the ills that we have right now are because people were working for money, not for the love of it, not because they were in a cause that made their heart sing. And the leadership was so hierarchical. It's that old, it's thousands of years old systems that now, if you see the most successful IT companies, they're all based on circles and teams. They're all based on circles. So the leadership model changes, and then you have conscious evolution that's available in society as a whole. And the process is first discovering what your passion is, what your divine purpose is, And that's your free ebook, The 5-Minute Guide to Fulfilling Your True Calling.
Good
Well,
timing.
It's perfect timing. Well, the thing is, what you and I do fit beautifully together because it is the courage to be who you really are and to share from that aspect of you and to not be afraid to show up fully from your heart. Not this, because this is what got us all into this space.
Right. No, for me, Kathy, when I went to the Conscious Life Expo in February, I kind of had a long talk with myself about how I wanted to show up because I know these people for years and I was introducing a lot of speakers, but I went there, just said, you know what? I'm going to fluff my wings. They're going to be so bright. People are going to be coming out of the woodwork to want to know who I am, because I felt like even my voice was resonating, Joan of angels. And that is what we're all seeking, is how can you be authentically connected to that soul purpose or that soul being that you are, that's here to express, like to connect that from top, to be authentic and to release it is huge. Just like when you slipped and you told that guy they want you to do this. It's like, oh no.
I was like, oh.
But becoming authentically you or me requires that to happen wherever we go.
I think that's the whole reason we're here. I mean, we're on the cutting edge of creation. We're in this huge time of change, and we stood in line to get these bodies to be here right now. So this isn't the time to be a scaredy cat and to follow social norms and not work and be from your full essence, your divine expression. This is not the time for that. Although I imagine there's souls that came to an ascending planet and decided that they would experience not to ascend, but I don't know that there's that many of them. I really think Earth is already ascended, and we're at the point now where people are popping.
Well, people are waking up very quickly now, and they're waking up regardless of political affiliation or financial status or where they live, or how they live. And it's quite extraordinary. And I think that what's happening in the world today with regards to, health, wealth, and happiness, let's just put it that way, has been so serious, severe, kind of bordering on the absurd and tyrannical, that the rest of us have had to sit down and go, what do we really believe about who we are, our bodies, and where we're going? And there's a sovereignty we all have as we step into what are we called to do during these times to really assist others. Well, it's not our time to run.
I think it's also an opportunity to reframe everything in it that we've co-created up until now, and to really look at what is success, what is happiness to you, because this is all a construct of our creation. So it's not like you automatically discreate. You have to try things on and then change it. One of the things I wanted to share about success is I really think that the paradigm of success is how happy you are, the balance of your happiness, your health and prosperity. It isn't just about money. But I would go so far as also say a lot of the people that are in this event, and I'm so blessed to know a lot of them and just so glad to meet all these new people, is that they want to make an impact. Their service to others. They're definitely, there's a joyful, just like you and I, when we're interviewing people, we can't wait to meet them and get to know them and see what's happening. It's not an egoic thing. It's a curiosity. It's a delight. And that's success. That's where you wake up every morning and come from this period, this gratitude of waking up, and then delight in what unfolds.
Yeah, no, this is the time to do it. This is the time where there's more openings for new leaders to step forward. Okay, and there's so many new ways to do it that are mind-boggling we haven't even thought of. And my guideline is, does it make my heart sing? I have to say that's the way I know I'm on target or not. Yeah, and it served me very, very well. It's not an intuition, it's not a mind logical based
Right.
test, if you know what I mean. But I think these times are calling for us to not only measure success, but our willingness to do what's going to take in a collective society now too. Like we're kind of all working together. I've discovered collaboration now is more important than your own single voice. It's really the voice of many. And it's the effort or light energy of many that opens the doors.
Well, we have to assume that's the way Creator intended it. We're all like pieces of a puzzle, and the puzzle's incomplete without each piece. So right. That makes total sense. But we didn't know how to be in community in the old paradigm. In the old paradigm, it was all about competition and brain, who is smarter. And now it's what's the recipe?
What's the other interesting thing is that since the last few years, what's evolved, I have 2 kids in their 30s, and they don't want to go back to an office ever again. They want to work. They love this concept of working from home and having more time off and work-life balance and having a dog, and having lunch at home. There's a whole new energy. They don't want to go back out and slay the dragon and spend 40 minutes commuting to be in some cold office. And I think that's also a new paradigm, that there's more entrepreneurs being born, more people willing to, sit in your own home, access your own thoughts so you can produce your own work. Right. And even your own work ethic, this work from home concept.
Yes, I think you're right. And I'm excited about it, because I think part of this idea of success is not only is it being able to, again, like the Renaissance, express yourself fully, but it's also having free time. So the old model of you couldn't go fast enough is being replaced with presence and love. And the presence opportunity is to really experience the now and contribute to the now. And that's, to me, where the delight comes from. Like a little kid, like, oh boy.
Very exciting times, because there's so many opportunities for us. It all gets back to, though, kind of being able to access not just this timeline, but what your superpowers are.
Right.
Okay, right. What your spiritual gift, your unique set of toolkits. So I always see it as I see Earth as this huge orchestra, and we are all instruments.
Perfect.
All right. And the challenge is to get tuned up to both the heaven and the earth, so you're in sync.
Yes.
So we can all play together.
I love it. Oh, Paul, thank you. And I love your work. I got hooked on some of your videos now. Well, what I would love to say also is that Dolores Cannon called us older people the way showers.
Yes.
And said, that there's these waves, and then the rest of the beings and the things in our field is just pure potential energy that creates itself in different forms and then discretes. So you could be in the airport and you're with somebody, so they're real entity, but all the other people in the airport could be just energy creating itself into form, and then when you leave, it all goes and creates something else. And so we don't know really what the capacity is for us as co-creators on the edge of consciousness and what our capacity is until we start experimenting. And that's what I get to do with a lot of the people I work with. We'll do a marketing plan, and then the implementation a lot of times allows them to keep getting more and more experiences, because I've been doing this for 21 years and I'm still learning with every single person I work with. So when people start to get their business off the ground and launch, every person you work with has a gift. And it may be because we're all fractals of the whole, but it may just be that we're intended to have these interactions to mirror each other's divinity back and forth to each other,
which will then shift the outcome to the new reality.
right? So
which is such an interesting concept.
So the other thing I wanted to share that I don't think very many people know about me is I had a spiritually transformative experience. I was already different. And then almost 18 years ago, I did a avatar course called Wizards, where they have a process called the Ultimate. And what it did is they had somebody, so it's almost like a plant medicine ceremony, somebody spotting you, so you'll come back. And they did this process called the Ultimate. And what they did is they kept repeating something about that there's nothing else in the universe but you, until you start seeing that. And I saw the energy that I thought was that I still see it every morning. I saw this, it was a river of energy that had some attributes like fire to it, all the way to white gold. And then I was a tributary off of it. And on this little body was this teeny weeny, it was like smaller than an ant, and this big spotlight that was me. And then I realized that there's so much that whole opportunity to be that light. I didn't understand it at first. When it happened, it was, what was that? And I was so disoriented. And then I went on it's taken me, well, it probably took me, I'd say 8 years before I could integrate all of it. But that's part of how I ask for as much light as this physical body can hold to come into the vessel to then do the work and service to my clients and my friends and my community. So all of us are that big spotlights of light. All of us are. But not very many people know it or have done the work to hold the light.
So it's interesting because you help your clients see that bigger picture and sort of see through and navigate that pathway to their heart, I guess, their heart of their matter in a whole new way. Well, it is what you call yourself conscious evolution. And as you're describing it, I can see the thread. And meanwhile, you're still seeing their movie of where they actually could be going.
Well, it's really the movie that their soul wanted me to interpret for them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm on a little park bench out of my body, and their soul comes through, and I'm shown this movie, and the movie might show them on stage with Deepak Chopra at the end. And then it would say, well, and someone will say, well, what am I doing there? Then their soul will say, oh, you've created this incredible program that's used in all the hospitals in the world that works on PTSD. And then it'll show us the milestones backwards to now to create that. So from where they are now to that future. And that actually was a true story, what I just told.
I figured it sounded like it sounded like truth.
And she's doing it.
It sounded like truth for sure. And I completely hear exactly what you're saying with that. And it makes sense. It actually makes sense. Well, first of all, finding our way and with clarity is an art form. And, many of us need mentors and are mentors. And, when I sit with my clients, I'm in a mountaintop. We're having chai tea on the side of this mountain. And I see everything laid out as a road. And then roundabouts are the blocks. But you've already given me some tools to add into that mixture. So we really knowing your soul purpose is part of this. Being able to access your super skills and your desire to, I think, fulfill that soul purpose. If not now, when? When would we do that now?
I just want to encourage people to experiment and be playful with all of it. We don't have to be perfect. No one's watching. And if they are, too bad. But I think what happens is we don't want to do it if we're not going to do it right. But we have to just try. And you'll be guided. It's like Victoria Reynolds. When I met her, I knew she was an angel. I could have told her at that time, and she had not totally embodied it yet. So somehow I can see fairies and angels and higher level beings in people as part of. I'm sure it's the Arcturians that correct that. So I don't know how I do. Like if you would say, could you teach us how to do this? I don't know if I could.
Ladies, a 10-minute heads up.
Okay.
Do we have any questions, Omar? Because I'm in the back room. I can't tell.
Yeah, I have a question that people really resonated with in the chat room. And they said, yeah, ask Kathy that. And the question is, what do timelines look like?
Okay.
Great question.
Okay, well, I think they can take all sorts of different forms. I don't know that I'm an expert on all of the timelines possibilities. What I can tell you is what I experience. What I see, your soul will come to me and say, I want to use, the soul wants to express this experience. And so it actually looks like a 4-color, it looks like a full panoramic movie. And I'm shown the milestones that will take, I usually am showed the end game first. And then after we're in it for long enough where I explained what it is. I mean, a lot of times people's logos come through, the name of all their programs come through, the name of their business comes through. And it's not me. I'm just translating. And then the reason I think they gave the gift to someone who could help fulfill it was that I still have that vision of that timeline in my mind while we're creating it, so I can bring it into form. But timelines, I'm not sure that they always represent themselves like the way I see it, because I only have this skill of seeing the one that the soul has processed.
I
Do you,
see it.
do you think, Kathy, that there's global timelines? Because I remember Dominher, the founder, would talk about that he was sent back here to alter the timeline.
Well, we have global consciousness, so of course there's galactic. When I open the records, I open up the galactic Akashic records. I don't just open up Earth, but only a part of our soul is in physical body. Our soul's doing a multidimensional and is in multiple places at one time. So this was, as far as I know, the timelines, they're happening all at the same time, but not all dimensions have time.
Got it. But you're opening up their access. Right.
Yeah.
Timelines.
Opening up the access to them. How fascinating, how wonderful for us, and to be able to work with you on that, Kathy.
Thank you.
Especially with things changing so much out in the world, and us really needing to be able to get our work out. That doesn't really make sense, but
it's clear. What you mentioned, what I did with you, was clarity. Basically, we are co-creating with the universe at such a high level. If we're out of the matrix and we realize that we can create just about anything, we want to have laser clarity as we bring it into form. And that's why we haven't been given instant manifestation until now.
Right.
So as these times change and the frequencies change, there's going to be more and more of us being able to turn on a dime. And again, I think my assignments are more for the teachers and the guides and the people that are going to be, there's going to be droves of people waking up that need assistance, that need help. And so I'm helping the teachers. So my personal life mission is to help as many people wake up to their divinity as possible. And so that's why I work with people that also have that mission.
Right. And if I was to say my purpose is to help people remember who they are and why they're here and what gifts. So there's many of us who do it in different ways, which should tell everyone how important. I mean, because there's so many of us, you'd say that Spirit Source has decided this is huge. People need this. People need this awakening support in this 3D world where you don't get confirmation of the fact that you're seeing angels or that you are an intuitive or a telepath. You know, you don't get that confirmation.
I think you just have to have fun with it, because I mean, when somebody actually validates that I'm not crazy, that you know what I mean? Oh, hi, Joanne. Thank you, sweetie. She's one of my clients. When somebody gives you validation, like I worked with this doctor who had like 4 pages on his curriculum. And he had, when we were going through his stuff, and he was a Qigong master. Here he is, a Qigong master. And he's like holding his head and rubbing it, going, and he was sobbing, he was crying, he goes, "What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me?" And it's like, I'm not doing anything. His soul used me to finally put him on the path. But he was crying. He was a full-grown man. So I have no idea. And I wasn't sure I was supposed to help him, but I was. So.
All right. Well, Kathy, let's tell everyone how they can find you.
Okay. Well, my website.
Just one more thing, Kathy, before you do that. I've got a wonderful comment here, and because you're involved with the conscious business zone, I thought this was like just a brilliant comment, and I wanted to get your thoughts on this and how we can move as to what Lou is saying here. She's saying going from corporations to cooperations.
Yep.
I love that. I resonate with that so much.
Yep.
And because you're involved in the conscious business zone, how can we do that? How can we move from corporations to cooperations and still be able to pay our bills and live comfortably?
Just keep following me. Just keep coming. But seriously, there's so many people. There's a Steve Farber wrote a book, Love, It's Just Damn Good Business. And his book, which was a bestseller, he was in corporate America, as a vice president, one of the biggest leadership training companies in the world. He wrote that book, and I think I interviewed him 2 years ago. But he and then Olivia Parr Rudd wrote a book, Love, It's Just Love, Make It Your Business. And the statistics of these servant leaders that are not leading in the old hierarchical way, the ones that are leading in a circle, they're servant leaders. And that means that they are working to provide love and support to their employees as much as their customers. And that's how we get to the cooperation, because it comes from the leadership. And love makes money. Having love in these corporations and love in business, you want to do business with people you like and appreciate it. It's relationship. Did that help?
Such a good perspective, Kathy. It's really, really true. And love makes the world go round, and love makes money, because happy people produce more. They're more creative. They buy things. They support their other team members because they're not feeling lack. It's that lack and competition and jealousy. So this has been a wonderful conversation with you, Kathy. I just love chatting with you.
Me too. Thank you. We have fun, and we're on the same wavelength. I mean, the idea of worrying about what other people think when we get these divine downloads. Oh, well.
That's crazy, right? Because some of those downloads, it's like I actually say, oh my God, if those other people ever heard me, they'd think I was, out of this world. Let's put it that way. Or
That's
my daughter, she begged me not to call myself Joan of Angels in public. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. But at a certain point, you have to bust out of that, because that's really who you are. And you came here to be happy and joyful and co-create with the universe, not to be a victim of it.
Yeah,
so
that's
we're
right.
in a huge evolution.
Kathy, you've been wonderful. You want to tell everyone where they can find you again?
Sure. You can find me on Facebook. It's under Kathy Mason Love on Facebook. It's my personal profile, as well as I have lots of other pages. I also have a YouTube channel that is YouTube / Kathy Mason Love again. I have LinkedIn, I have Twitter, and I put a gift, if anyone wants it, that's been very well received. It's a gratitude journal. And if you sign up for that, hopefully that'll help you get on your way to discovering what you really want to do, because it'll be revealed what you're grateful for. So that's it.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, ladies.
You did such a good job, Kathy.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my goodness.
I just love you so much. I'm so happy. I'm looking for Omar at this moment, but I think you did an excellent, and I'm so glad that you're involved in this event.
Yeah, Omar, are you coming in?
Who knows? I don't know.
I'm coming in.
Hi, Rob. Oh
We're
All
my
right.
both here. You get both of us.
Well, I want to thank both of you so much. I'm trying to get work done in between listening to everything, and these people you've brought together are fantastic. I know I'm going to have to watch stuff over and over and over again.
Oh, we always do that. We all do that. Just keep watching it and learning it because there's so much content you miss, especially doing a 12-hour day like that, and then doing the 12-hour day 11 times in a row is like really we miss a lot, and it's really it's getting there's so much information that we still have yet to even uncover. It's going to be wild.
This is great. Well, thank you so much for, I get to be helping everyone tomorrow and the next day and a couple other days. So I'm really excited. I'm so excited to get to help and be part of this. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure,
Thank you
Kathy.
so
We
much,
love having you.
Kathy.
Yeah.
Thank you
Okay.
very much, Kathy, and thank you very much, Dr. Joan. Really appreciate your guys' contribution in this event, and your love in this event, and how we've been working together. I really love that, and this is the beginning of a new friendship, and that's going to last for decades. So
Yes.
I am definitely looking forward to that. And something looks like something's going on with our screen.
Well, we're riding
It's Leanne.
we're waking up, everybody, and we're riding a wave. And this 11 days is a big part of that. You can feel the momentum
Right.
to it because you're reaching people on history, science, art, music. You're reaching them on in business, all different ways. And so there's so many opportunities for people to connect wherever they are to level up.
Agreed.
that's
So it
what
is.
I'm glad you said that because last year, because this is part of a 3-year series that we're doing with Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origin for the Uluru solstices. And last year, our event was called Level Up. So I'm really happy that that you mentioned that because we are leveling up. In fact, this is like skip a level. And,
don't worry, just come in the back door. Hurry up, let's go. Nobody's looking. Come on, that's what this is.
Well, I've done events like this, but the variety. I did World Unity Week. I've done like 17-hour days. And so I knew what you guys were doing and wanted to help. So thank you for letting me. This is such a privilege.
And thank you for saying yes, Kathy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And there's
You were on the
people.
team from day one.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And thank
Thank
you,
you.
Omar. Thank you, Rob. I've been so happy to be on the channel. I don't know. I think it's so fun to meet everyone and to introduce them and just chat. It's such an honor.
You're absolutely right. We're making connections that are forming from other connections. It's really a wild thing because you see people talk and they do events, and then you're like, oh, I really like that speaker, and maybe I'll catch them around the circuit a little bit, and then you finally get to meet them. This actual event is 120 of us, so there's so many new people to meet because me and Omar actually emphasized on bringing in a lot of new speakers who haven't really touched the platforms yet because not so much touched the platforms yet, but they had the platforms of their own, but they hadn't come to the community in a mass showing like this. And we thought that it would be great because, we love the people with their information, but if we keep having the same 5 people over and over and over and over, while their information is great, we're not expanding. So this is sort of an expansion process in this event. And we really are blessed for everybody that we've had on that we've never even talked to before in a chat or, one-on-one. Comes on and just clears the house, just really lays it down, and we're like, holy cow. But
And
I guess you feel it though. It's an energy thing. You feel it.
You can feel the energy. And I want to add to that. It's amazing how many people are waking up, and they're all waking up. And just what we're doing today is awakening others. But it's so exciting that it's not just, the speakers who are having UFO contact. It's everyone. And so, yeah, I love that you're allowing newbies who are coming out with their experiences to share, Rob and Omar.
Safe space. Got to have that safe space so they can learn from it. We can learn from it, and everybody prospers for that, right?
Mhm.
And I'm
Yes.
happy to be on this platform. You know,
Yes.
I just think this is really exciting. So
We love you,
I'm in my
Joan.
glory.
Of course, we are too. It's the same. It's the same feeling. It's so great. It really is.
Okay.
Love you,
Perfect.
ladies. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. See
All
you
right, well, I'll be on
tomorrow.
Thank you,
tomorrow. I'm
ladies.
Yes, see you tomorrow.
introducing a wonderful crystal skull keeper that Neil and I met in
Yeah.
Tulum.
Oh yeah.
Or
Yeah.
so that should be interesting, Shabbatsi. So I will see everyone then.
You
All
got
right.
it. We'll see
Good
you
night.
then.
Have a
All
good one,
right.
Dr. Jones.
Love
Love
you all.
Love you
Be
guys.
safe.
I will take the stage and I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Somebody I had the pleasure of having an episode with, Megan Mermaid. Now, Megan Mermaid she has a ton of talents. Her main focus is galactical guide, astrologer, channel, Oracle of the Mermaids of Sirius. But I'm going to give you a quick bio from her website because it really shows who she is. And Megan Mermaid, mindset coach and galactical guide. She supports beings to heal their hearts and manifest their dream life, and that's her ultimate passion. So her curriculum is empowerment and combines feminine energy, which is great for today, esoteric teachings, and modern manifestation principles to activate the soul's unique energetic blueprint. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Megan in. Megan, you got to hit unmute first so we can hear you. It happens. It's this system too. We've having bugs with it all day. We got dropped out of a completely stream that was just going before, but it's a pleasure to see you again.
You as well. Yeah, Mercury is in Pisces right now, and I really have noticed that there are a lot of technological glitches when Mercury is in Pisces, just because we're kind of all over the place.
I'm sure because there is a lot of technicality when it comes to these things, but for that to happen, it's a two-step process. So it doesn't make sense because if you hit end broadcast, you have to go back down and say, do you really want to end that? So it was kind of a weird thing, but I'm going to give you the stage. We're not going to talk about the problems that we had before and have a great presentation. And I'll be back a little bit later and we'll do a little bit of Q&A from what the chat says. And, we'll talk a little bit.
Great. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. So welcome everyone. As Rob so beautifully introduced me, my name is Megan Mermaid, and I am a channel and galactic guide. And my role is supporting star beings and connecting with their divine purpose, activating their creative genius, and receiving the support that they deserve from their star family. So when I was asked to be on this talk today, there were so many different opportunities where I could speak about and go into. But what I really was getting from my guides is that we're going to talk today about starseeds and their role in the evolution of humanity. So I wanted to first talk about what a starseed is. So, starseeds are energetic beings that feel that they are not from this earth plane. So, you could feel like you've always been a little bit different. Maybe you've connected with galactic energy before, or you just feel connected to other places. You might also be empathic or intuitive, and a starseed has many, many roles, especially depending on where the specific star nation is. But overall, a starseed's role is to activate the energetic blueprint of their star nation here on Earth. So, what that means is that we have chosen to come to Earth at this time, and Earth is a school. So, we've decided to learn different initiations and forget for a brief period who we are and our cosmic role, our cosmic identity. And the reason for this is because we are assisting in the awakening of humanity. And for that to occur, there have to be beings that have already been not necessarily better, but just a few steps ahead in that process in order to guide and light the way for others. So, as a starseed, you have an energetic soul blueprint. This is a DNA blueprint that is connected to your star nation and activates certain light frequencies and light codes. And so, as you begin to awaken to who you are as a starseed and awaken these light codes, what it's doing is alchemizing the energy grid of this planet and allowing others to see that they too may also have their own unique energetic blueprint. So there are an individual and a collective purpose for starseeds. The collective purpose, as we talked about briefly, is this awakening of humanity, which means that we're here to create that tipping point of light and dark. And Earth, or Gaia as we call it, is home to many, many species, and as well as other galactic entities and beings. And not all of the agendas here are for our highest good. And this is why we as starseeds have chosen to come here to create that tipping point, that balance in the energetic grid. So some of us simply have a role of being that light, being that energy, so that we can alchemize the forces that are trying to create harm or destruction. Others of us may have a more specific role where we're called to be leaders or teachers or activists. And you will know that there is something deep within you that is calling to you, even if you don't know exactly what that is. But one of the biggest things that you're going to have to overcome as you accept your role as a starseed is that you are different. You are bringing through energy and information and visionary knowledge that no one in this earth plane has ever seen before. So one of the roles of the dark agendas is to keep us small, to keep us from realizing that potential by distracting us or taking us away from our two most powerful gifts, which is our emotional guidance system and our intuition. So as we step into the power of our starseed energy, one of the biggest obstacles that we will face is learning to trust our intuition, learning to trust that even if no one else is talking about the things that we are, even if no one else has seen this information, that we are the water bearers, as we would talk about in astrology. Aquarius, or Uranus, the planet of the water bearer, is all about bringing in this new information. So this is why we must go through a series of initiatory experiences to remember our purpose, to remember our path, and to heal our darkness. So a lot of us as starseeds, when we begin to awaken, are going to go through what many have called a dark night of the soul. And this is when you discover what is actually in alignment with your soul's true purpose and where you've been hiding out, or where you have failed to see where you're supposed to be because of unhealed trauma. So it takes a lot of unpacking, it takes a lot of unraveling, and it takes a lot of patience and compassion. This is a two-step process, because first the starseed must go through their own inner healing, and through that inner healing, they will discover how they're up to be of support to humanity. So as you go through this healing, one of the things that I teach in my curriculum and my forthcoming book, Mermaid Mystery School and Mermaid Mindset Makeover, is that it's important to become your best friend, your biggest fan, and your head cheerleader, because this journey is going to be so much easier when you discover that self-care is not only necessary, but it's actually protection. You are here, if you identify as a starseed, to support and help thousands, maybe even millions of people. And sometimes that can feel challenging to accept. So that's why we may distract ourselves, go through all of these other methods, but nothing will truly satisfy you until you are living in divine alignment with your path and your purpose. So in order to do this, you must also discover that you are here to support and help others. And this is why self-care is so important. Because if we continue to help and to support others without giving to ourselves, without taking time to integrate, number one, we are going to get burnt out, resentful, tired, but we're also going to be open to the interference of those dark agendas, because there is something that's happening all of the time in our consciousness, in our collective energy, where these forces are looking for any opportunities to infiltrate our mind, our being, our hearts. And so there's going to be all sorts of opportunities where you will see, we actually can call these holographic inserts, where it's almost like a holographic space that is inserted into the matrix that we're in that is like a trigger or a test. So you might discover that you're feeling amazing one day, and then all of a sudden a person comes along, and usually it's a close friend or a family member or a partner, someone that we are very connected to, and it will incite a conflict or it will incite some type of projection. And so in these moments, we have to understand that there is a greater play that is happening here. And this is where we have to remember that as Earth being a school, we are in class every moment of every day. And how we show up to these experiences is everything. Because as a starseed, it's not about fixing people. It's not about giving someone dogma and saying, this is how you do this and this is how you do that. And that's another agenda that the dark energies want to infiltrate us with, is this energy of separation. And so they'll do that by really filling our ego. It's very easy to get off the path of being of service to where our ego takes over and thinks, I'm better, I know more. And this is the dance that we have to constantly humble ourselves to, is that we're not here to fix. We're here to guide. We are here to be heart to heart chakra, compassionately, kindly, available, and aware to the people that we're here to heal. And this may feel very challenging because as a starseed, it's very likely that you have been placed in a family or in a work environment or any other type of situation where you feel alone, where you feel isolated, where you feel different. And so that part of us that wants to be accepted is going to look to those people in our environment to receive that. And every single time we do that, it's going to lead to disappointment, to sadness, to heartbreak. And we will continue to go through these same patterns because when we go through a pattern here on Earth, we have to continue the karmic cycle until it becomes neutralized. And we neutralize it by stepping into it. And you'll notice because you'll attract the same types of people or the same types of experiences until you master a lesson and you find the pearl of wisdom. So one of the greatest things that you can discover as a starseed is that you must stop looking for the outside external world, especially in your home or your family life, for validation. You can't look for validation from the people that you came here to heal. And this is where the journey of self-discovery and trusting your intuition and becoming your best friend is so important, because we are here on the front lines of an intergalactic battle. And yes, it's been happening for eons, but we are at a very pivotal moment where how we show up in every moment is making a huge difference in the entire world. And not only here on Gaia, but the entire universe. Everything that we are showing up to is pretty much dependent on how we decide to embody this energy. And I don't say this to scare you, but I say this to really allow you to see how important your role is. Now, you may have a particular purpose or a goal or a mission, and that's wonderful. But sometimes we get so lost in the idea of needing to accomplish this, or once I reach this goal, or have this book, or this talk, or whatever it is that your soul really wants to create in this world. That's wonderful, but it's actually a byproduct of the energetic blueprint, which is embodying love and embodying compassion. So how do we activate this energetic soul blueprint? A lot of this is done through healing and through self-awareness and through recognizing that we are different, that we are connected to this galactic energy. But once we do that, we discover that we're not alone. And you have so much support and help in the galaxy. So as a starseed, part of your mission and your soul contract was to connect with both your star family and your home planet, as well as the Galactic Federation of Light. And the Galactic Federation of Light is sort of like the UN of the multiverse, and they support all star nations in treaties and agreements so that we can contribute to the law of one consciousness, where we are all working towards a greater evolution, a greater understanding for all. And so when you decided to come here to Earth as a starseed, the Galactic Federation of Light supported you in this contract. And so by doing so, you agreed that all of your resources, everything that you would need to accomplish this mission, would be met. But in order to accept all of these offerings that are a part of our divine destiny, because we are in a free will universe, we have to ask for it. We have to say, I am open and available. And it can be very, very simple. I don't want you to complicate it, because oftentimes when we start to complicate things, then we create these boundaries where we're setting ourselves up for failure and we won't do it. So make it as simple. Simplicity is one of the best things that we can remember. So just say, I call on the Galactic Federation of Light, and I call on my star family. Support me. Show me how to get to where I need to go to receive the resources that I need, whatever it is that's important to you. So let's go back a step. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the term star family, your star family is your soul family from the galactic realm, and they are here almost as your employees. So it's sort of, we can think of it this way, where you are the CEO in charge of this mission, and you have your spirit guides, you have your soul family. Perhaps if you work with the angelic realm or the elementals or ascended masters, that is all a part of your team. And so when you employ, Doreen Virtue once said, when she was still advocating for her work, which she's changed and all, but originally she had said that there's a lot of unemployed angels, and that is because of the law of free will here, where we have to employ our team. We have to call on that support. And so then as the CEO, you start to say, hey, show me what to do. And your star family, if you've seen the Hunger Games or movies like that, it's like sponsors where they can send little gifts that you can receive, and they'll connect you to the right people. They will allow you to just take some of this burden off of your shoulders. Starseeds, number one, have to recognize how important they are, stop judging themselves for being different, and allow in that support. Sometimes we think that we can do it all on our own, and it's just not possible, and it's not going to lead to long-term success. So when we call upon our star family, they can help to break down this really big vision, this really big idea, into small, achievable action steps. And you will notice that as you begin to connect with starseed energy, and as you begin to accept your galactic heritage, that working with the star nations is very different than you might believe. What they're here to guide us in and teach us in is how to be better humans. That's what we came here to do. That's what we came here to embody. So part of your mission, yes, you're here to awaken humanity and you're here to do all of these amazing things, but we are also a human in a body, and we get to enjoy this experience here on Earth. We get to enjoy because our body is the vehicle for our ascension. So one of the things, the pitfalls, I would say, about this starseed energy that we embody is that we feel safer in the higher chakras. We feel safer connected to these realms, even if you might not be aware that that's where you're going. But we are here to be of service in our bodies, learning how to be successful humans. It's almost like our human is our disguise, but in order to fit into this society, to fit into this matrix, we have to show up as very successful, very embodied examples of human consciousness. That is the way that we are going to awaken others. So yes, we pay our bills and our taxes, and we do all of the things, and we show up for the things that we need to do. But underneath this, we have a consciousness where Jesus, who is also a starseed, he's a Pleiadian starseed, taught that we are in this world, but not of it. And so when we think of that in the galactic sense, we are here on as boots on the ground, aliens in disguise that are creating very, very successful human lives. Right now, there are a lot of people that are suffering and they're stuck in this. That's why we were sent here. We were sent here not to judge people or say, why are they doing this? Or why can't they just wake up? Or why are they eating this food? Or why aren't they, aware of this cause? Like, what is wrong with these people? Sometimes our ego will take us to those places. That's the shadow side that we have to accept. But when those types of thoughts come in, we have to choose to shift and say, okay, how can I love? How can I serve? How can I give? What is this person teaching me about myself? What is this person teaching me about what I still need to heal so that I can show up and be this successful human? We have to show others that it's possible at this time to not only thrive, but to do so operating, as the Syrians would say, at optimal levels of frequency. So that takes a lot of self-mastery. And that's one of the things that your star family can support you in, is figuring out what is your earth regimen? When do you need to go to sleep? How many hours do you need to sleep? They're almost like the head of your boot camp. They're going to guide you in what is the best diet for you. And it's all going to be different, especially because each of us, many of us are hybrids, but as we come from different star nations, there's going to be things that we need to be successful in this earth plane. So your star family can support you in that. They're also going to show you how you can take your giant visions, these big, wonderful purposes that you have, that dream in your heart, and how to say, okay, this is the step that needs to be completed today. This is who you need to speak with. Once you complete this, this is the next thing, and this is the next thing. So we have two options in this matrix. We can be complainers or we can be creators. And so when we are fully embodying our energetic soul blueprint, this is when we embody the energy of creativity, where we discover that we are here with a specific passion, something that we're here to share with the world. So if you're a Syrian, it could be very specific. For example, I'm Syrian and I have curriculums, I have books, I have teachings that want to come through me. Pleiadians might be very different, where you're here to embody the energy of love. You're here to embody the heart chakra. So you will be guided to places that light you up, that light your heart up. There are all sorts of star nations and all sorts of missions. But as you start this shadow work, this healing, this unraveling, this discovering why you are here, it is this mirroring and this balancing of your individual purpose, and then taking those passions, those things that you're naturally drawn to, those things that you would do even if you weren't paid, and figuring out how to use them in service to humanity. So how do you know if you're a starseed? Well, if you're watching this, if you feel connected even to the word starseed, it's very likely that you have a starseed heritage. And there are many, many starseeds all over the world. And right now, they've been placed strategically because, as I shared, the energy grid is being activated by the energy that we give off. So if you felt different, if you felt strange, perhaps your psychic gifts have been very activated. Perhaps you're very introverted. There's all sorts of ways that you might identify as a starseed, but the number one thing that you want to ask is, what does your intuition say? Because when we tune in and we connect to the voice of our higher self, we will begin to hear very clearly what those messages are and what our truth is. And so if you're a starseed, it's very likely that you just know. You may not know how you know, but you just know. And one of the beautiful gifts of starseed energy is that you are very tuned in to your multidimensional identity and your multidimensional gifts. So once you start to just accept that, yeah, you can come out of the starseed closet and it's okay to believe these things, even if it's different, even if you're completely different from everyone else around you, that's what you chose. That was a part of your soul contract. So once you discover that you're a star seed, now it's time to figure out what you're here to do, what lights you up, and how can you connect to a community, which is another very important thing. And so talks like this, live streams like this, social media platforms, anything that you can do to start to tune in and connect with other star beings is so vital and so important, because the dark energies at this time, they want to separate us. They want to isolate us, and they want to feel that we're alone. And so even if you are alone in your immediate family or in your workplace or wherever you're at, if you're the different one, part of your self-care is going to be connecting and finding your tribe. And this is why it's so beautiful to be in this virtual space, in this virtual era that we're in, because it's so much easier than it would have been otherwise. So our biggest obstacle, as I shared as a starseed, is to trust our intuition. So the dark agendas have, from a very early on time in your life, have probably chosen to distract you. Perhaps you went through very difficult experiences in early childhood, and you may not even remember what those are. But oftentimes, as a starseed, you have chosen not only to heal your own karma, but also your ancestral lineage. So this can be very, very challenging. We have to be so patient with ourselves and understand that we're going to go through cycles of integration and then cycles of up-leveling and integration. Up-leveling and integration. So you may be at a point where you feel amazing. And in those moments, you want to really feel into that energy, feel and enjoy this moment without worrying about what's going to happen in the next moment or thinking about anything else. What if this will be taken away? There's all sorts of ways that we distract ourselves from the present moment. But we enjoy these moments where things are going amazing. And then when a challenge comes, that's when we have to use our tools and our connection to our body and understand that this too shall pass. Because when we are on this healing journey, it's going to unravel layer by layer by layer in what you are ready to accept and what you are ready to receive. So as we're doing this work, this cosmic healing work, there may be moments where you attract situations that you thought that you've healed, and then all of a sudden they're back. But the reason for this is because you are at a space of completion. You're resolving it finally. As I shared with karma, it needs to be neutralized. So if you can use the moments when things are amazing to create techniques, whether it's tapping or meditation or going out into nature, journaling, whatever self-care is for you. Then when you get into these difficult situations, or what I had referred to earlier in the broadcast as holographic inserts, which also may be what is occurring in this moment, you will be in a space of protection. So I'm doing a guided journey this month with the Arcturians. And the Arcturians are all about the inner workings of the mind. They're all about really understanding how things work. And when they came to me to do this month's journey, they wanted me to share about what it means to be the cosmic warrior. And so we are moving out of a stage of worrying into becoming a warrior, seeding new earth. And so that means being fully present in our bodies and ready to face these situations head on with these tools that we have cultivated, with the energy work, the self-love, the self-care, all of the things that are necessary. Because as I shared, we are in this intergalactic war, this battle that is taking place, and it's happening interdimensionally. So we're not going to see it. It's not like we're actually in in this frontline situation where everything is clear to us. It is energetic. We have to moment by moment listen and tune into how we feel. And when something is off, that's when we connect with our emotional guidance system. So, our emotional guidance system is what allows us to overpower and dismantle the matrix. The matrix is built upon this collective hive mind where we give away our personal power to this other entity that feeds off of our energy and creates these holographic inserts, these simulations that pull from our personal power. And we have no idea that this is happening. And so, when we tune in to our emotions, our intuition, we are able to dismantle this frequency and tune into our energetic soul blueprint because we are aware of what this situation in front of us is creating within our body, within our mind, and within our spirit. Also, when we connect to our emotional guidance system, this is how we manifest. Everything in our world, once we become the co creator of this reality, is manifested through our thoughts, which become feelings, which emit vibrations that magnetize energies to us that then create form. So, everything that you're seeing in your current reality is past thoughts. And a lot of the thoughts that are being fed into the collective consciousness are thoughts of unworthiness, thoughts of powerlessness, thoughts of fear. And so we are asked as the cosmic warrior to pull our energy up so much that we can overcome this. And this is why self-care is the most important part of this journey. It's our protection. We're doing big work, and it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be moment by moment, thought by thought, choice by choice. This mission that you have is big. You decided to come to Earth in one of the biggest moments in the history of not only humanity, but every species that has ever existed and will ever exist. So that means that being present in your body is the most important thing that you can do. And realizing that when you are present, when you are listening to your emotions, when you are tuning into your emotional guidance system, everything that you need will come to you at the right moment. And you'll be able to trust it, to listen to that intuitive hit, and to know this is what I need to do. This is where I need to focus on. This person feels off. This situation feels off. It's this constant trusting, this listening, this tuning in. But it's going to take practice to get to this space of self-mastery. And this is why, in order to become that cosmic warrior, you must take control of your reality by taking control of your body. As Assyrians teach, we must be operating at optimal levels of frequency. And what that means is that you have to treat your body as this amazing vessel for your consciousness that it is. You've got to be taking care of your body, moving your body, be in your body, but not just all of this stuff of like work and routine, but you've also got to be giving yourself rest and joy and pleasure and play. So, what the Mermaids of Sirius teach, which I am the ordained oracle for the Mermaids of Sirius, and they're a collective voice of angelic beings that stem from the Syrian star nation. And their message is about self-love, self-forgiveness, and self-mastery. And they teach that spirituality and sensuality go hand in hand. And the reason for this, as I've shared, is that our bodies are the vehicle for our ascension. So when we get troubled by these unproductive thoughts, when we have fear, when we have doubt, when we are up against these challenging situations in our reality that are testing us, that are shaping us, what we can do is tune in to the senses, get back into our body. What can we see? What can we hear? What can we taste? What can we smell? And how can we invite the energy of beauty into what it is that we are doing? And so on this journey, number one, it's realizing, yes, we're in this intergalactic battle. Yes, it's important. And yes, it is serious to a degree. But it's almost like we have to learn all of this information and then forget it and learn how to become present in this moment. And that's where the self mastery comes from, because it's how can you create joy when everything around you feels chaotic? How can you be present when there's noise and destruction and all of this calamity that's happening? Because it's this tuning in and developing this relationship with our heart, with our intuition, asking our star families to come in, that allows us to be that cosmic warrior. And the cosmic warrior is here to have fun, to enjoy life. We're here to thrive. We are at a space now where we no longer have to learn through suffering. We are here to learn through beauty and through joy and through play and through fun. So we also have to dismantle all of the limiting beliefs that it's not safe to be successful, it's not safe to be abundant, and it's not safe to enjoy our reality when others are suffering. Yes, we need to support all of the people that are going through difficult situations, but it is an inside job. It starts with us, and it starts with accepting how powerful we are and how our joy is the highest vibration. Also, as we become more abundant, we're going to be here to serve many people. So we're going to need abundance. The more that we can be abundant, the more we can offer and give to others, and that we can do so from a higher consciousness. Again, it's that tipping point. It's allowing people to see that there is another option. But one of the other things that we need to be mindful of, to be mindful of in this journey, is that we will have a tendency, especially as we begin to wake up, to want to share everything that we know with everyone. But we have to realize that not everyone is on the same level of consciousness. So we are here to interfere as little as possible. It's an inside job of cultivating your energy, cultivating your etheric body, showing that option. But do not give this information to others if they don't ask for it. Don't try to fix people in your situations, because oftentimes they might not be ready, or they may need to go through that complicated situation. We don't know what other people's soul contracts are. So we can be available, we can be there, we can be kind, but we can't do the work for them. And oftentimes, this need to want to help or fix other people in our environment is a codependent need. It's a feeling that if I am helpful, if I'm giving this person something, then I'll be accepted, then I'll be needed. And what have I shared in this broadcast? That one of our biggest obstacles and our greatest strength is our uniqueness, is our difference, is our recognizing that the information that is coming through us, whether it is simply an energy or it's words or a vibration or creativity, whatever it is new. It is unique. So we must accept it within ourselves first. And as we learn to accept it, that codependent need to fix or to change what is happening around us will start to dissipate. And instead, we can co-create with others. We can be that example. We can shine our light. And the more of us that start to awaken, the more that this tipping point will start to happen. And what I want you to consider is that a lot of times there are certain things that are being highlighted, for example, in the Ukraine right now, but that's just one area. And oftentimes when a lot of the collective consciousness's energy is being placed in one area, it is because there's other things that are happening throughout the world. So one of the greatest practices that you can do is to quiet your mind in meditation, to imagine that all of this light is pouring out through you, and it begins to go out of your body into your home, into your neighborhoods, into your communities, into your cities, into your countries, into the entire world, filling the entire world with this blanket of white light. If all of us are doing that, we don't need to know what the atrocities are. We don't need to have the details. All we need to do is send out the information that is needed at this time, and it will get to where it's supposed to go. So again, a lot of this is beginning to take responsibility for the fact that we're not better than anyone. We've just chosen to be way showers, which means that we must take responsibility for every thought, every feeling, and every emotion on this journey. We can't blame other people. If someone is triggering you, they're a lesson. They're here to show you what you're here to heal. And a lot of the times, the things that we're here to heal are going to be a part of our story. They're going to be what we help other people through. And that's why, again, I'll just keep going back to this self-care, because we need to love ourselves through this process. We need to understand that it is not easy. It's not always easy to be a starseed here on Earth. It's not always easy to feel different, to feel out of place, to feel like you don't belong. But we chose this for a reason. And we chose this because once we remembered, we knew that we had the tools and the power and the guidance and the support to not only heal our past, heal our ancestral line, but to be fully present and to enjoy our life and to seed this new earth. And New Earth is not a place. We're not going to be taken in some spaceship to a whole different place, and everybody else that doesn't believe what we believe is just going to be stuck here. It's a consciousness. So we're going to go in and out of this New Earth consciousness all day long. You know, sometimes we're going to feel very high vibes. Sometimes we're going to have compassion and kindness for others. And other times it may feel like we're going backwards. But we need to love that part within us and know that we're not going backwards. It's just another layer that's been revealed, another layer to love and to heal and accept. So when we begin to thank those lessons, thank the people in our life, especially the ones that trigger us, we're going to go through this journey much deeper, much happier, and much more fulfilled. Self-mastery. Self-mastery is all about recognizing that we are in control of all of our thoughts and all of our emotions. So again, I know someone had shared about the mermaids of Sirius. I'll be happy to share. So the mermaids of Sirius are supporting us in self-mastery through self-forgiveness and through self-love. So each of them represents a chakra. Mermaid Zoe represents the root chakra, and it's all about accepting that it's safe to be in our body, that it's safe to be who we are. And then Mermaid Arista represents our our sacral chakra. And so the energy here is about beauty and creativity. The solar plexus is all about empowering our mission by loving the fins that we're in. And Mermaid Jade is the one that coordinates that and supports us in that. Mermaid Mariposa is all about the heart and awakening this heart consciousness, realizing that people that have gone through difficult situations are not bad. They're just hurt. And when we discover that compassion for ourselves and that compassion for others, that kindness is the energy of our energetic blueprint. It's not in words. We're not here to give somebody a dissertation of this is what you should believe and this is when you should do this. The energy speaks for itself, and Mermaid Mariposa teaches all about that. Then Mermaid Carmen is the mermaid of the throat chakra. And so what she teaches is how every word that we speak is speaking our reality into being, and that our story is our greatest gift. So she guides us in how to take all of the energy, all of the challenges that we've went through. And she works with Mermaid Arista because the sacral chakra and the throat chakra are working together in creating beauty. All of the things, all of the difficulties, all of the sufferings that we've gone through, when we use them to create beauty and we speak that beauty, we speak what we've gone through and how we've overcome it. That's how we awaken people. Then we have Mermaid Sage that represents and governs governs the third eye chakra. And she allows us to open to new visionary experiences and to trust our intuitive gifts. And Mermaid Andrina is the mermaid of our crown chakra and allows us to open and receive and download information from our star families and our guides and to hear the voice of our higher self. Mermaid Blossom represents our etheric body. And so she is the first mermaid that starts to allow us to connect and to feel the energetic impulses of what is around us and how to create a co-creative relationship with that. So I have a digital course called Mermaid Mindset Makeover. And this is the first of my mermaid teachings, where it is a course in how to create self-mastery through the energy of these mermaids by developing this awareness of all of the thoughts that you think. And my forthcoming book, Mermaid Mystery School, is going to be an outline of how to work with each of these chakras and how to embody the energy of mermaid consciousness. So mermaid consciousness is all about embodying the energy of play and the energy of joy and to learn through bliss. And one of the mermaid empowerments is I embody the bliss of my soul's true purpose. And so what they teach is that when we are aligned with our energetic soul blueprint, when we are embodying the self-mastery, this is what Michael Beckwith once called blissipline, where it's all of the discipline of being in our body, of going through all of the rigorous training that it takes to hold the high frequency energy, to embody and accept the bigness of our starseed mission. From that place, we get to experience bliss. We get to experience joy, beingness, presence. We actually get to enjoy this mission. We actually get to have fun. And so the mermaids work with the High Council of Syrian Elders in creating this balance between, opening to higher and higher levels of frequency and to take out these or to take on these very important roles that we have here, but also to not take ourselves so seriously, to play, to laugh, to have fun, and to embody the energy of the mermaid, which is all about the innocence of our body and the power of our femininity. And what is the energy of the divine feminine and femininity? It's our intuition. It's receptivity. It's receiving all of the power that our intuitive guidance and our heart and our emotions are guiding us to in every moment. So when you work with the mermaids of Sirius, they will allow you to love the fins that you're in, to sparkle and shine in your own unique embodiment, and to accept yourself exactly as you are. Because once we accept ourselves as star seeds, once we really choose to be exactly who we came here to be, those weird little magical beings that we are, then we become vibrationally aligned with all of the people that are going to serve us, all of the people that are a part of our mission. As I've shared today, we don't have to do this alone. We have guides, we have other star beings here that are on this path with you. You are not alone and you are not isolated. You are so supported and so loved. And so I just want you to know that wherever you're at in this moment, whether you have just heard the term starseed or you feel like you've been on this journey forever, that wherever you're at is exactly where you're supposed to be. And that the more that you love yourself through this journey, the more that you enjoy it, the more that you become present, the more that you are going to easily attract all of the things that you need. And this is how we seed New Earth, by choosing to do it through joy and through fun and through bliss. So again, oh, hi, Rob.
Hi. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Great. Yeah.
I saw you pause for a second, and I just have to say that this has been so amazing. You filled the room with love and compassion, and also showing people that it's not always easy to be on this path. And I think what you said about the information not always being ready for other people because everybody's at a different stage and everybody has their own threshold. I think that's so important. It's so important. And it was such a beautiful message. I just wanted to say it was awesome.
Oh, thank you, Rob. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely one of the biggest things, and I want to really make sure that it doesn't mean that we have to be secretive about this information or ashamed of it, but that we will know intuitively who is ready and what is ready to be received at what time.
Absolutely. And I think this is one of the biggest obstacles that we have going through this awakening process is you want to reach out to those around you and say, "Hey, wake up." Shake them out of like that matrix. But really sometimes it's not for them to do that. They're not ready for that yet. And I think it's our intention to want to lift those around us up, but to understand that you may have to find the threshold to really engage them at that level or figure out what makes them go past that regular point of just that self routine type of mentality.
Exactly. And I love that you shared that because, part of our purpose as a star seed is being a good human. And so, sometimes people don't need the information. They need to be heard or they need to be listened to or they need someone to take them somewhere and because their car is not working. So it's just what is the practical thing that we can do that is going to embody this energy and speak for itself?
That's awesome. I love how you went through the mermaids of Sirius too. That's just, you don't hear that often because I know that you channel through that, and it's just something I look up to. I love the fact that you're able to do that, and I aspire to get to that point myself. So, do you have any tips for the people who are starting to come into their own and try and get into that next stage, I guess, in their own mind, or maybe something that they can do to help them align themselves to be somewhat more in that direction?
Absolutely. Yeah. So our intuition and our spiritual gifts are muscles, just like our body. So it's going to start with the five senses before we can start with the sixth sense or the seventh sense, which is our intuition. So the more that you can start to take care of your body, be in your body, meditation is really powerful. And it's just about, taking it one step at a time without judging yourself. If you're not seeing full movies in your third eye yet, it's like, well, when are you showing up every day at that same time on your mat and meditating? Or are you doing yoga? Are you doing the things that are getting you into that space? It's taken me several years to get to a space where I can access this type of energy. So I feel like that patience and that self love is so important. But as long as you keep going, you will get there.
What were some of your inspirations to come out of that trance-like state and kind of woke you up? Or once you started to wake up, you looked to those people to sort of guide your path?
Oh, okay. So are you asking about like mentors or people that have inspired you?
Mentors, maybe books, whatever kind of engaged you to be like, yes, let's go. Like now it's go time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I would have to say one of the books that has changed my reality is called The Sophia Code, and it's written by Kaya Ra. And she was a mentor of mine at the very beginning of my journey. And so just learning from her, not only in how she channeled the Ascended Masters, but also how she ran a very successful business as an internationally best-selling author has made a huge impact on me. And then I've had like other mentors that have come into play, but I can't think of any other than I feel like the Sophia Code is a wonderful book, and it's all about activating the divine feminine consciousness within you to awaken your carbon DNA into your crystalline chromosomes.
Wow. Wow, that's an epic sounds like an epic title. I definitely have to look into it too. One of the things that I love doing is sitting in that meditation. Do you have any specific meditations that you practice to get into certain aspects of what you do when channeling? Is there something that you do specifically? Do you keep to the same routine all the time? Or do you switch it up once in a while, maybe a different oil or, something to really get you into a different headspace?
Yeah, great question. So I do have a few. So sometimes I'll listen to certain binaural beats or frequency meditation. There's a Pleiadian one that I really enjoy listening to. Sometimes I enjoy guided meditations that give me like a mantra or something. I feel like that's really helpful, especially when you have something to focus on, when your mind kind of starts to go all over the place. And Stuart Wilde is actually another person that's been a huge inspiration for me. And he teaches all about the theta metronome. So it takes you into the theta wave frequencies. And it almost sounds like, for those of us that remember like the landlines, when you didn't put the phone on the thing, how it would make that deep, 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 deep,
Beep,
deep.
beep, beep,
Yeah.
beep. Yep.
Yeah. So it's very much like that. And so when you listen to that daily for 20 to 30 minutes, it takes you into that theta wave state that will make it easier and easier for you to access those intuitive gifts and abilities that you have.
That's awesome. I love tonal meditations where I think there's one that's like 949 or something like that. That's just it just opens me up, and I feel like I'm flying when I'm using that. But I love the tonal stuff too. It really gets me sort of focused on something, so I'm not my mind doesn't wander. So that's amazing, you know. And I love how a lot of our journeys are the same yet different, and that always, you know, it leads me to ask more questions because I'm always so intrigued about somebody's journey to where they are right now. And I don't know if that's sort of like my talk show host coming out, but it really does, like, it really gets me going. I really love it, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely so fascinating. And you know, as I shared, our story is our greatest gift. And when we get to hear other people's stories and how they got to where they are, it's so empowering and inspirational.
Absolutely is. Absolutely is. So we've been putting your Instagram and your website in the chat as you were presenting, so people can get there. Is there any other sites that you have that you'd like to promote to people before we have about 5 minutes left?
Yeah, sure. So my Instagram and TikTok, of course, is at official Megan Mermaid. And then you can check out my website at meganmermaid.com. And this month I'll be doing a Starseed journey with the Octurians to activate the Cosmic Warrior. And that's March 30th at 3:30 p.m. Pacific. And so if you just click on the activations tab at the top, you'll be able to be taken there. And I'm doing a group journey every month with the different star nations.
Awesome. Awesome. One last question too. You know, with society being the way it is right now, and I don't want to get into specifics, but what do you see as the next step for people like us?
It's all just self-love, you know, like once you're on that self-love journey, you're going to know intuitively what your next step is. And the more of us that are in this relationship with our heart and the relationship with our emotions, the more of us are really going to connect, and all of the next steps will just start to unravel and happen naturally because we're going to be in that divine alignment.
It sounds amazing. Well, I can tell by the chats that the people loved what you were saying, and you did a hell of a job on the presentation. It was wonderful to listen to, and I can't wait to collaborate with you again. And it's just been an honor and a privilege to have you here.
Thank you, Rob. It was such a privilege to be here and to hear all of the other amazing speakers as well. So thank you so much for having me.
Awesome, Megan. Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch soon. We're going to do something else soon. We're going to get a panel. I think we're going to start doing a couple more panels, just bringing people together, because I love doing that. And then they get to interact with each other. And that's sometimes when you learn even more than you thought you were going to. So I appreciate you coming through, and we appreciate you coming through.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a great rest of the evening.
You.
All right. All right.
Did I jump in too fast?
No, I don't think so. My man,
Megan Mermaid.
What's going on,
Megan
man?
Mermaid.
That was awesome, right?
Wow. Yeah, wow. What an epic upload. Holy jeez.
And you know what happens? This is the thing that happens, right? So when I do my show, I bring these people on who really have these amazing monologues where they can just go on. And I feel like if I talk, I'm going to take away from what they have to say, like Megan just did. And like Ishmael and Megan, like they're just they have the information right here, and it comes right out, and it's good. So if I'm asking the questions, I can maybe shift it into a certain situation, but sometimes I just want to bring people on and let them rip. Like, go ahead, riff off and just get it in, man. tell us what's up. Like, so it's wild stuff. But I love those situations. That's another reason why I love these events too, is because it's sort of like we're not in our way of getting the information. We're just as well listening and having it come at us.
Yeah, exactly. And Rob, that is a great point, as like how the information just kind of just rolls off of their tongue, and it's so palatable too. And the delivery mechanism of it, the energeticness of it, that imprint that's there, it makes you want to listen.
Yeah.
Right?
It's
It makes
really
you want
wild.
to listen, and it's so well versed that there's no ahs and there's no breaking there. There's no you know what I'm saying. It's just
Yeah.
smooth, it's just flowing, and it's amazing when you get an upload like that, because you just get glued to your screen, right? And then you're
So
sitting
true.
there and watching, and
That's what I was just doing. I was like, do I
yeah,
come in yet? I know. I was like, I know I'm supposed to jump in with like 15 minutes left, but I almost don't want to. Like,
yeah,
even if she has to sit and breathe for a second, cool. Let it go. Like, I just want to listen. It's
yeah, exactly.
weird.
This is exactly the reason why I love organizing these types of events, is because of the energy, right? It's the energy that each
For
speaker
sure.
brings with them, and it seems like it compounds one over the other, over the other, over the other, and then by the end of the night, you have this so much energy that you're almost exhausted from it, right?
Or you can't sleep. It goes
Yeah,
both ways. Or you can't
yeah,
sleep.
it's too
Like
much.
the first night, we lost an hour and couldn't sleep because it was like, yes. But by day 3, when we lay down at night, brother, it is a wrap city. It's over. It's
Just
a wrap like
rocking.
Reynolds. I'm out.
So we
To
got
me.
our next guest in the house, Geraldine Putra, or Geraldine Grace Putra, and just waiting
Excellent.
on Stephen and Evan Strong to show up here. But we're going to do a quick stretch that we can all use it, right? We can use a little bit of blood flow, because the upload that we're
Absolutely.
about to get from Geraldine is just going to be as epic as what Mermaid just gave us. It's, I can't wait. I had the opportunity to speak with Geraldine a few weeks ago, and she's an amazing lady. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. So let's get ourselves a little bit of a stretch, and then
Yeah.
sit down for Geraldine and Valerie Burrow after. So we'll toss our buddy Leanne on. We're right there.
Perfect.
Hello, Leanne. Do you got some music for us, or do you want me to toss some on in the background here?
Whatever you guys want. I was looking through some of my music. I've got some of the indie original music that my daughter.
Don't use the music that we have in studio that they're giving you. That is a copyright infringement waiting to happen.
No
What do you
shit.
mean?
Okay. Really?
Yes. They
Okay.
wouldn't be there. It's just like when you go to those places and they're like, here, have this royalty-free music. And then it ends
Oh
up
yeah.
not
Wow.
Okay,
happening
never
that way.
mind the music. Maybe I'll just sing here.
Wait,
Maybe
no.
I'll just sit here
Are
and
you?
The voice.
Oh,
Feels like going to music school now.
all right, sorry. Let's listen to some good old 70s rock just inside our minds, because we have the Akashic library in our heads anyways. So let's do it.
All right. Well, I mean, I still don't see why. Never mind. If it's my music and I wrote it and I control it, what's the problem? There shouldn't be a problem. Is there a problem? Let's all stand up.
Let's do it. I'm going to call Evan and stretch at the same time.
So, do you guys feel like moving around, or do you feel like stretching? Anybody? Options? We have options. I used to take Taekwondo. Why don't we move a little bit? You ready? Can we do little jumping jacks? Can we do that? 10, 10, and 10. We're gonna do 10 jumping jacks. We're gonna do 10 from here to here, and then we're gonna crisscross our feet. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Cool. Why don't we put our knees together and go around in circles, loosen the knees, opposite circles, your hips, other way. All right. Take your feet double hip width apart and bend forward. If you can touch the ground, great. And if you can spread your legs further, great. If you can be with your body parallel to the ground, that's good. And if you can't, it's okay. And if you need to use a radiator or a desk, please feel free to. Basically, the idea is to stretch here forward. Keep your head up and pull your spine forward while sort of
Dip it in like that.
breathing into your rib cage.
Oh yeah, like this. Oh yeah, that feels good.
All right, and if you guys go down into like a sumo squat and get your elbows like in your thighs.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, I feel that.
Out of your elbows, you can just sort of let gravity pull you down a little bit and use your elbows to open up a little bit more. Just get a good stretch in your adductors.
Oh geez.
And if rocking back and forth is something your body lets you do.
Oh geez.
Oh, who am I hurting? Omar. That almost sounds like you need to get a room, dude. Like, what's going on over there? This comedy stretch hour.
Oh yeah. That feels really good.
Dude, where's Amy? Stop that.
Amy's right there.
Uh-oh. Plumber's crack. There we go. Back up. Okay. And slowly bring your feet together a little bit. Put your hands on your hips. And gently come back up. Now, we're going to take our shoulders and pull them back. Get some good grounding. Feel your feet in the ground. Grounding, grounding. So many people have spoken on that.
Some nice earthing.
Right? Yeah. Feel the earth under your feet.
Yeah.
Feel gravity. Feel being in your body. Pull your shoulders back. Take a breath in. Pull your chest out. Let your arms go down to the side. And then bring and reach out through my favorite finger.
And there's Rob stretching with us. Right on.
I was getting it. Sorry, I was getting it in. I hit the button.
Yeah. I thought that was Sasquatch. A talk. What?
I was putting my hands on my lower back and just doing a bridge.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty work. Okay. There we go. Try to keep your arms straight. I have elbows that do weird things, like they hyperextend. So try to keep your arms straight, palms facing each other, and try to pull up through your side ribs. Pull up out of your hips. As your feet, like try to feel your feet still on the floor. Don't forget your feet and don't forget to breathe. So you're giving yourself kind of traction, letting Pachamama pull you down and letting everything else go up to the heavens. Whew. Keep breathing, keep breathing. Put your arms back down. Interlace your fingers behind your back.
Oh.
Take a deep breath in. And you can put your feet out. They don't have to be together. And then bend over again. And try to get your arms stretched.
Oh, I can't put one finger behind me.
Keep breathing.
Oh, jeez.
And then come back up.
Oh, thankful for that.
And if you guys want to roll your necks very gently, necks can be funny.
Oh, I can hear it
Let's
cracking.
keep them happy. And just sort of loosen up a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, that was great. Liked it.
And do Broadway hands. Get those fingers like open, close, open, close. Get your little phalanges. Shake, shake, shake it out. Here, isn't that nice? middle-aged women can shake it out and have. See,
Oh,
and I'm the only, nobody can see any of you. I'm the only one who looks insane right now. So it's fabulous. See? I do this. I was jumping around. I was on the phone with those lawyers earlier, and you were doing your rock and roll, and I was jumping around, and they have no idea what I was doing while they were being all serious. That's the only way I can tolerate talking to these fools. Sorry, Geraldine. No offense.
Like this one here. That
Yeah.
was really good. That helped the back.
That was good. That was Taekwondo stuff. The knees
Yeah,
and the
really
hips was Taekwondo stuff. The jumping jacks was Taekwondo stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
really
I don't know how far you want to take it. We can do little kick stuff too.
I'd probably kick my desk over if I did that.
We're not kicking anybody or anything. Omar, that's not. No. No.
Okay.
All right, are we good?
We are good. Thank you so much.
Don't be afraid to make noise too. If y'all, nobody can hear any of you either. So just woo! Screw the neighbors. Woo!
That was awesome. Thank you so kindly.
Love you too.
Yeah, I really needed that. Not everybody needed that because we're being glued to the screen here since like 8 o'clock this morning, sitting on couches, sitting on tables, chairs, beds, whatever.
Sure.
Right, so it gets to you after a bit, and I think a stretch is very important when you're learning, especially when you're sitting like this.
You know, I forgot to say too, walls are good. You can always put your hands up against a wall and use that for traction. So many things you can do with simple furniture that's just laying around doing nothing.
Awesomeness. Let's bring our next guests on. I feel great.
Have
That was
fun.
a beautiful stretch. Thank you, my sister, my divine starlight sister. Let's bring on another divine starlights. Got some starlights coming at us from down south, from the world down below, the motherland.
I love those guys. Hi.
So
I
guys,
want to meet you guys one day.
Well, we've got to meet your birds too.
oh yeah.
Oh, and cat.
Oh, look at that guy.
Everyone's got a cat.
All right, guys, I'm going to remove myself off screen, and I'll hand it over to you guys. And Stephen and Evan, at about 6:20, I'll give you guys actually at 6:10, I'll give you guys a heads up, and then we'll do like 10 minutes of question and answer, and then we'll take it from there. We'll get an hour in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Omar. Look, we're going to do an introduction, obviously, of Geraldine. And I've got to be honest, we're doing about 6, and I'm thinking, yeah, that's easy, that one will be easy. And I thought the Geraldine, I thought that would seem to be the hardest of the introductions. All the other ones, we've got psychics and clairvoyants and all sorts of things. And here we have Geraldine that represents the legal profession. And for a lot of people, and I'm going to have to raise my hand myself, a lot of people look upon the legal profession as part of the problem. And I've got to be honest, I was part of that group, but that changed. And this is what this presentation is about. And we first sort of came in direct contact with Geraldine at the ceremony that took place at Uluru. And of course, we'll be talking about that later, won't we?
Yeah, we will.
And about the fact that we believe that's the change of everything. And sort of upon reflection, we met Geraldine, who was involved in this, and she was very kind. She knew that we were having a lot of issues with the Australian government legally and offered to help us in any way possible and no charge. And I thought that was a wonderful offer. That's a very nice gesture. But I didn't realize this was actually part of what Geraldine was doing at a much larger level. And when I thought about this a bit more, I thought to myself, well, when the change takes place, we're still going to need an education system. And then it dawned on me, no one's perfect on this planet. We are still going to need the same structures as before. And we will need a legal system, some form of legal system. Now, the one at the moment is even, obviously, Geraldine left out of this, is pretty well broken. But what Geraldine's about is how to fix it, how to change the perspective. Because at the moment, the law doesn't really protect anyone but the people who have most. And the ones who have little are really not part of the exchange anymore. But they should be. And what Geraldine is looking at setting up and has set up, it's not just a one-off. That's what I find interesting about this. That offer is part of where she's coming from. It's called an earth-friendly legal enterprise, an ecosystem, and people might think that's just not possible. But guess what? It is. And I think it's really important, and we've had Geraldine on to talk on our online conferences, because our conferences are based around the change that's coming and how to cope with it. And it became obvious when Geraldine spoke that we are still going to need a legal system that honours the planet and honours the soul. And this is as good as it's going to get. So, look, for those of you who think, look, I might just pop out for the next hour and have a cup of tea and make tea and then maybe watch a TV show and come back to finish, don't.
Yeah, definitely stay.
Don't go, because actually we do need to understand this. The world is falling apart at the moment, and everything, when a new system comes, the old one's got to implode. And we will need a legal system, but not the legal system we have now. It's the legal system that Geraldine and others are putting together, which is the best of what we have, and there are good bits within it, and she'll talk about that, then putting a heart and a soul and spirit into it, where that becomes the driving force. And that changes something into that is earth-friendly, that's human-centered. And that is what this is about. So I strongly recommend, even though it might have been a stumbling introduction, that you stay with this, because you're going to find out that what Geraldine is about is an integral part of the way of the future of this planet and how we interact with one another. So over to you, Geraldine, and thank you so much for enlightening me to realize that don't make judgments about everything, because everything has good and bad within it, and all things have good within it. What she's found is the good within the legal system and how to add to it. Over to you.
Thanks, Steve. It's really good to see you again. Hi, Evan. I have given presentations, as you mentioned before. Is the sound all right as well? I just wanted to check everyone can hear me. Great. I've given presentations on the evolution of the legal system before. What I do as a lawyer is, and Stephen alluded to this, is I'm a corporate lawyer by specialization. So I deal with companies, and I've trained in that, in the traditional system, went to university, worked in law firms, etc. And somewhere along the way, I realized that the work I was doing wasn't actually improving things for the planet, wasn't really improving things for the wider community. It was helping to make some people richer than they already were, and these were already very privileged people. And it was in a kind of a bubble that wasn't real life, and certainly wasn't connected to what's important. So I switched my practice to start working, because my expertise remained with company law. So I switched my practice to start working with new corporate structures and companies that were trying to do good. And I want to make this point, that there are so many people out there, as the consciousness of this planet lifts, there are so many people I come into contact with, even though I still work in a quite traditional profession, which is the law, who are more than ready to work towards creating a better future. They may be, individuals whom we might consider unawake and unaware, but their hearts are fully in it and they want to make a difference. So when I switched my practice, I began to connect more and more with such people. And, it's really made me very optimistic that we can co-create a new legal system that, is going to address many areas as we transition to full self-governance, which is where I believe that we will eventually get to. we will work at transforming aspects of our legal system, from the political system, from the representation of people who are supposedly representing our interests, to create laws, to enforcement of those laws, to the so-called criminal justice system, to contracts between individuals, to matrimonial and family law, to property rights, environmental or earth law, and corporations. I see transformation occurring in all of those areas. And it's not planned, it's a co-creation. It's a genuine, spontaneous co-creation. So the work that I do, and forgive me if you actually hear a dog barking, this is my little dog. He's running in and out of the house, and he's being a dog. So I apologize for that. He's generally quite good, but sometimes expresses himself. So what I want to say is that I practice, as I mentioned, with corporations who are trying to make a difference. And I work with not-for-profits, I work with social enterprises, I work with even very large companies who are changing, large companies like large banks and so on, who are changing internally. Slowly, it's happening. I also run a podcast. It's called New Earth Lawyer, and I speak with other lawyers and in different areas, some of the areas that I mentioned to you, and they're also working hard towards transformation. I wanted to, I've done this presentation before with Stephen and Evan, where I've talked about the different things that I'm seeing and the different things that I'm happening, and I want to give hope to everyone who's listening, who's reached a level of spiritual awareness that on the ground things are truly changing. We may not see large scale. We may not feel like things are changing, but in the hearts of people, and so in their lives and in their professional lives and their work, they're changing those things. So I thought about giving this presentation again, but yesterday I was actually moved to give a different kind of presentation. And the presentation that I was moved to give was to talk about how we're going to address the past. If you've been actually waiting to learn about the new system, what I will say about the new system is that I'm not even sure what it's going to look like, because, as I said, it's a spontaneous co-creation. I know that it's going to be a system that will honor our individual sovereignty. It will honor everyone else's uniqueness. It will consider community. It will protect the planet. It will have people in positions of responsibility who are evolved spiritually, like the old councils of elders of indigenous communities. We will create win-win-win situations in all of our relationships. And if someone does something that we consider wrong against society, we'll look towards, why that person did it, healing the victim, helping the perpetrator even, and the community, and get to the root of the problem. That's the system that we'll work towards. But what I want to talk about is this concept that I'm coming up against, I'm seeing as we are really getting to a very important point in our history, which is when things begin to get disclosed, and when we begin to have to face what's happened to us as a species, the things that other people or other beings might have done against us. We're going to have to grapple with it, and if we want to build that finer, higher place, we're going to have to move past it. And justice is often brought up in that context, and I want to talk about a certain kind of justice that will help us move through, address the past, and get to where we want to get to, which is living as the pure organic humans we were created to be. So what I'm going to talk about, is the two types of justice. And I'm talking about when we as a species, as a planet, as a global consciousness, begin to realize that we need to do something about this. How are we going to address the so-called perpetrators? So there's two types of justice that I want to talk about, and they are retributive justice, which is an old kind of system, and a newer modality, which is restorative justice. And the example of retributive justice that I'm going to use, it comes up a lot in communities talking about how we're going to address the past, and that's something called the Nuremberg trials. So I want to talk about, if we're going to move through and acknowledge what has happened to us and yet get to a place of love, will we actually use this kind of model, or will we use another kind of model, which is not based on retribution or punishment, which is based on getting to the truth, appreciation of what's happened, and understanding, as well as helping those who did suffer and healing the community as a whole. Okay, so, and as I talk about this, I'd like us all to remember, because I had to get to this kind of place as well myself, that we are all one. We are literally all one. We come from the same place, which is source. We are just fragments of source. We are fractalized elements of source. So anything that's done to me, I'm actually doing to myself, literally, because it's just an aspect of the greater whole who's doing it to me. So we need to understand that if we want to move towards unity, consciousness, and oneness, that, us versus them thinking is not really the way to evolve. We also have consented to this at some level. So maybe I, Geraldine, never consented to have all of these abuses perpetrated on me and the rest of humanity, but at a higher level, at a multidimensional level, I did consent. I consented to come to this planet. I consented to play here in this time, as well as consented at some point in the so-called past to draw this whole complex plan of good versus evil. Okay, so it helps to keep that in mind as we work through. Now, let me talk about, as we discover these truths, like corruption at the highest levels of government, crimes against humanity, involvement of, and this is where I'm not going to touch on this directly in my presentation, but think about how we're eventually going to have to get to a place where we're dealing not just with other humans, but we are going to broaden our horizons and start to deal with off-planet beings. So what kind of planet are we going to be to begin to take our place in a galactic sense? But if we look at the Nuremberg trials, what were they? And why do people keep talking about them in the context of, addressing the past? Well, these were the trials that were held at the end of World War II, right? And it was to try the people who were responsible for the atrocities that had happened in Europe. And there was this desire for justice. And there was the violence, the killings, the imprisonment, the experimentation, the dislocation of innocent people on a massive scale. There was so much pain and suffering. So how was the world going to deal with this? Well, the first Nuremberg trial was the most important one. And that one was held before an international military tribunal. And that's important, right? Because if you think about how we might begin to address wrongs on such a large scale, we're going to need international collaboration. And that's what happened in Nuremberg. So there's one element of Nuremberg, even though it's a retributive system, that is important here. which is that it was international. The 4 victorious forces, the US, UK, France, and the Soviet Union came together and they created this international military tribunal. They didn't use any one country's law. This is another important thing to remember. They didn't use US law. They didn't use French law. They actually created this kind of tribunal that had principles based on kind of a universal understanding of what was right and what was wrong. And there was no precedent at the time for an international trial of war criminals. Previous trials had been conducted according to the laws of one country rather than, many different traditions. So they had to decide how to do that. They had to decide what right they had to do that. They had an instrument of surrender because Germany surrendered. So they used that as a basis to create the International Military Tribunal. And then one of the most important things that came out of Nuremberg, which is worth remembering, is the crimes that we began to truly recognize as being punishable and so egregious. And these were crimes against peace. So, planning out a war of aggression, preparing a war. There were war crimes. So actually engaging in war in a way that is against the laws of war. So, torturing prisoners instead of treating them well or killing them. And the third kind of crime was crimes against humanity, which we kind of rolls off our tongue now, but it's really Nuremberg that brought that into our lexicon. And that's the murder, the enslavement, the deportation of civilians or the persecution of civilians on political and religious or racial grounds. And then, of course, there's also a fourth kind of crime, which is a conspiracy to do all of those things. But the crimes against humanity part is really why Nuremberg has such an important place in the development of international law, because it created a basis for recognizing human rights. And that countries can actually be responsible for abusing human rights. So that's Nuremberg. I've set the scene and told you about the internationalness of Nuremberg and the categories of crimes that were being held. And if you think about, okay, well, once we have got to a point where we realize that something needs to be done to address the past, and we may need to hold people accountable, is that the format we want to go for? What's another possibility? Another possibility is based on the restorative justice model. And what's mentioned often is a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And the most famous example of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission is what happened in South Africa at the end of apartheid. So that was Nelson Mandela authorized it, after apartheid was dismantled, and the commission was chaired by the well-known Archbishop Desmond Tutu. And there have been other TRCs, other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. There's been one in Canada around, I think, native residential schools. There's been one in the Congo and other African countries around ethnic conflicts and genocide. But the most famous, there was one in Germany too, to help with reunification after the Berlin Wall came down. But really, South Africa was most famous and created a model that others followed. The approach is to bring together the victim and the perpetrator, bring them together. Sometimes the wider community is also involved. It can be for an individual, a crime committed by an individual, so that's smaller scale. And I've spoken to lawyers on my podcast who specialize in restorative justice, and they have amazing stories about how that's done. Like murder cases and so on, where the accused or the perpetrator is actually brought together with the family of the victim. Or it can be done on the systemic scale, which is what South Africa and the Congo and the other Truth and Reconciliation Commissions are about. The goal of restorative justice is so the victims can actively share what they've been through, and it gives them an active role and it moves them out of victimhood Okay, moves them out of powerlessness. It's a discussion of who was harmed and how they were harmed. So there's this unveiling, exploration of the truth. That's the truth in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It's for offenders to take responsibility for their actions. Now, this is going to be an important point that I'll come to later. Understand the harm that they've caused. Give them an opportunity to redeem themselves, and and make sure they don't do it again. Discourage them here, not by an external sentence, but here to make sure they don't do it again. And then also form an agreement or consensus as to what can be done by the offender, usually to help to repair the damage. That's the restoration part. Okay, so how's it going to help here? In South Africa, to give a concrete example, the hearing started in 1996 and they went to 2003. The commission was finally disestablished in 2003, so it was a long time. Mainly held in public, though not all of them were. And in some cases, there was an amnesty granted to the perpetrators. Another important point I'll come back to. Victims were offered rehabilitation. They were offered a reparation. There was a register open to ordinary South Africans who could come in and express their regret, whoever they may be, for anything that they might have done. It was a way for people to come and say, I've been part of this, or I've contributed to this system. If I were to look at my part in what has happened to humanity, I would say I worked within the system. I thought money and prestige was the way to go. I was also responsible, and I actually might have helped companies that were involved in what today we recognize as gross violations. You might want to take as an example a pharmaceutical company that may not have been testing medicines or producing medicines that were really healing people. I've worked for such companies in the past. So that might be something that we want to do as well. And there was 3 things that the TRC in South Africa did. There was a human rights violations committee that actually investigated the abuses that occurred over 30 plus years in South Africa. There was a committee that looked after the victims, so how to rehabilitate them and give them reparations. And there was this amnesty committee that looked at who deserved amnesty. And one other thing it did was it heard from everybody. So it didn't pick sides and say, so only this group of people have been victims of abuses. It even looked at people who might have been victims of the liberating forces, like the ANC or the African National Congress. So I was just trying to be as broad and ambit as possible, because this is about no longer doing things in secrecy and opening everything up to the light. So how would this play out? Okay. I don't know, obviously. I'm just one person, one lawyer, in fact, giving it my best guess and trying to give an informed idea. First thing is, all right, with all of these tribunals and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, there's always this prior universal agreement that, my goodness, something really terrible has happened. There's been a gross violation of the international war crime. So, if you think about Nuremberg, it wasn't set up to prove that the Nazis had been evil. It did certainly expose how evil they had been, but it was set up to basically, because everyone had already agreed that terrible things had happened, it was set up to bring them to justice. We'd already, the world was learning about the gas chambers and so on. With apartheid, it happened after it was dismantled. So you think about where we are in our timeline now for how we're going to get past what's happened. We're still not quite at a stage, not at all at the stage of universally recognizing that humanity has been lied to, deceived, controlled, manipulated. We've had our gifts distorted so that we've created a world that is unfair, all of those things. we don't have universal recognition, and you know this. When you talk to the so-called people in your life who are so-called unawake, and you express what's happening, they have no idea, right? So there's still a recognition that has to happen, that we have an injustice, a massive centuries-long injustices that have happened, not just what's happened in the last few years or few decades. So that's coming, and it's happening, and my goodness, it's happening rapidly in just the events that are occurring right now. So yeah, this is kind of in preparation for when there's a cascade of truths and people can't deny them anymore. Next, after there's another thing that needs to happen when we think about how we would set up the forum for dealing with the past. And that is that who would have the so-called right? And I know I'm talking about an old type concept of needing a legal right to do something. But I think it's still important that if we are trying to move forward and we're trying to obtain some sort of healing and or justice, that whoever is responsible for carrying it out has a legitimate right to do so. And this is where the lawyer in me comes out. That who would it be? Would it be the United Nations? Would it be the International Criminal Court? I mean, in Nuremberg, the Germans surrendered. So the deed of surrender was used as the basis, and the Allied forces claimed the right to set up the International Military Tribunal. South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission was set up, as I said, authorized by Mandela. But who would come in? We call them white hats, but who are they? So I think there's something else that needs to happen apart from this global recognition of the wrongs that have occurred. What happens is the governments in power need to be led by people who are prepared to work together and create. Maybe it's going to be a UN Security Council resolution, in which case, well, then we need to look at the UN Security Council. Maybe it's going to be an international agreement, but the governments that come together, there's going to need to be a change there as well, in their outlook and a preparedness to undergo such a massive. To create such a massive forum, to work with the framework, to work to create the framework. So there needs to be a cooperation. Whether we set up a brand new forum, whether we use the International Criminal Court. The problem with the International Criminal Court is right now it's only there are about 40-something nations that have signed on to the treaty that supports it. You probably need something that's basically more like the UN in terms of participation. But I'm not trying to presuppose it. With enough will and if there are proper changes in government, we will reach that. So then, restorative or retributive justice. Are we going to go Nuremberg or are we going to go South Africa? I'm going to give you a lawyer's answer, which is kind of a balance between both. Why do I say this? Well, I'm really for truth and reconciliation. I'm really for the restorative justice model. The main thing we need is the truth. We need a universal recognition of what has happened. It's utterly important to hear some of the details of the depths that as a planet we sunk to, as hard as it's going to be. As I said, shine light on it. Nuremberg didn't happen in secret, neither did any of the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. Restorative justice is better at obtaining the truth than, this is where I'm leaning towards the Truth and Reconciliation Commission more broadly, with a retribution Nuremberg-style trial tacked onto it. I'll explain that in more detail. A restorative justice forum is going to be better to get at the truth. It's going to, for those perpetrators who are prepared to realize the consequences of their actions, it's going to make more, someone's saying we can do both, we absolutely can. It's going to be better to allow us to move on. And then it's going to be a test for all of us as well. Like, how prepared are we to see the big picture that I was talking about at the start? It's a test of our spiritual capacity. It's a test of our ability to extend compassion, to act with love, to extend forgiveness, to observe the golden rule, and to appreciate oneness. So we may need to understand, talking about the amnesty point, we may need to understand that there may have been people who engaged in actions that were gross violations of human rights, or engaged in crimes that may have been forced into them. They may have been conditioned into them. They may have been born into certain situations or families. They may have been blackmailed. They may have had a fear of harm to themselves or their families, or they may have been just straight up manipulated by money or promises of career promotions and so on. Like, there are going to be people who we may decide it's better to engage them in the truth or reconciliation process, engage them in discussions with the victims as well as the broader community, and grant them amnesty. If we take the Nuremberg example, there's what's called a superior orders defense, or the Nuremberg defense. There are many, many people who said they were just acting on orders. And, you have to take into account, when they were acting under orders, were they legally obliged to follow the order? Did they know it was unlawful? Did they know what they were actually engaged in? Did they have an option? And some people who would put up their hands for a Nuremberg type defense may be people who want to grant amnesty to. I'm not saying either way, but I'm just asking us to enlarge our thinking to accept that. Like, if you take the South African example, and I said that there were different arms of the commission. One arm was the amnesty arm. There's the arm that investigated abuses, the arm that looked after the victims, and the arm that considered amnesty. They didn't grant amnesty to everyone. In fact, out of, I think, I've got the numbers here somewhere, 7,000 amnesty applications, they only granted 849. So they didn't grant amnesty to everyone. And there may be people that we just are not going to benefit humanity or themselves by engaging in the truth or reconciliation process. And so is there still room for the retributive justice system? Yes, I think so. There will be those perpetrators who are not suitable or willing to work with the restorative model. And it wouldn't be positive for humanity, it wouldn't be positive for victims. So for those people, I would recommend a swift Nuremberg style trial. And why Nuremberg? Going back to what I said earlier, Nuremberg was an international criminal law forum. Nuremberg really started this whole area of international criminal law by recognizing the crimes against peace, the war crimes, and the crimes against humanity, and set a precedent, right? International criminal law, however, is kind of a blunt tool. It's not like the criminal law systems of particular countries. Every country has a criminal law system, and our criminal law system, like if you take Australia, where I live and practice, it's a very, very finely designed, there are a lot of rules around it system. If you use international criminal law, a lot of the concepts are very general. They're not specific. So we normally punish crimes under international criminal law because the crimes are just so shocking that it's in the interests of the international community. The balance is weighed against doing it this way than against the individual perpetrator. So I would think that, you know, the very worst examples of crimes here, international criminal law is the way to go. You also will have you know, people coming from different countries, citizens of different countries. So you wouldn't want to have to rely on so many different cases happening in individual countries. You also will need I want to bring up this element. You'll need to realize also that there may be elements in the Nuremberg style trial that is more about military law. And if you have an international agreement that those sorts of concepts can be introduced into a Nuremberg style trial, then there's a legitimate basis for it, even if you're trying people who aren't military people. So that, you know, like Nuremberg, there were doctors on trial and there were lawyers on trial, but they were following the rules of a military tribunal. And that's because there was an agreement that would happen. But you and I, unless there are military people in the audience, a civilian shouldn't be subject to military law. So what I'm saying is that with an international agreement, we can apply elements of military law to a Nuremberg-style trial and still try civilians. The other thing I want to point out about a Nuremberg-style trial for the very worst cases is, you know, it's swift. We want to move on. The truth and reconciliation process might take longer, but I think when it comes to retribution, Nuremberg only really took a year. The first trial, which was the most important one, where the people like Hermann Göring, who was Hitler's deputy, were being tried. They were the heads, the real masterminds behind it. And it was set up in 1945. 1945, the war came to an end in Europe. The tribunal was set up in August 1945. October 1945, 2 months later, the first indictments were presented. And a year after that, October 1946, it announced its verdicts and a death sentence for 12 defendants, life imprisonment for 3 of them, long-term prison for others, and so on. So that's why I would say for that part, Nuremberg, yes, it is a useful precedent. But for the most part, and where the focus of the world should be on, it is a restorative justice system, which is like truth and reconciliation. So that's been my presentation. I know it's a little bit different from what Steve thought it might be. I still have immense pleasure working with people who are trying to create a new legal system. But as I said, it's quite hard to talk about what that new legal system will look like, because we have loads of different ideas coming from not just lawyers, but many people who are very interested in creating a system that is fairer. So I thought this topic might be of interest to people as we get to the very pointy end of the long, epic saga that this planet has been through. So I don't know if I finished kind of early, if there are any kind of questions or comments.
Let's see. How you doing? Oh, there they are.
Yeah, look, I've got a couple, and I want to start by congratulating your dog pacification non-verbal arrangement there. You did very well. Multitasking, actually talking to us at the same time, non-verbally, communicating with another animal. That shows a real skill. So congratulations for that. There was one thing you said, Geraldine, that really resonated with me, and I wanted to talk about that one a bit more. You were talking about restorative justice, and there was you hinted at something, and I'm pretty sure you even know about this. It's an original form of justice called circle sentencing, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, I thought you did know about that. And it struck me, I remember when I was teaching legal studies in Moree over 25 years ago, and we were studying that. I gave that because I had a lot of original kids in my class, so we had to go that way anyway, and I was happy to do it.
Most of them, I think.
Yeah. And what I found interesting is this. They were using it, and we were watching film of what took place, and what you said was exactly what happened, where the aggrieved parties really got a chance to say what they wanted to say publicly, and I don't think people understand how important that is. And secondly, what was very powerful was the elders were sitting in that circle, and then you'd have this other original person, it was always original, who would actually was the perpetrator. And the results were stunning. But you know what? That was 25 years ago, and I know it's still used sometimes occasionally, and it's accepted in some courts in Northern Territory. But do you see that as a way in the future where the people who create the deed and the people that was created upon all get a chance to look at one another? Do you think that would have a long-term better effect than the system we have at the moment?
Oh yeah, Steve. Thank you for bringing that up. Restorative justice in this country, in Australia, has a very strong connection with. And now I'm going to test my dog whispering skills again. Has a very strong connection with Indigenous ways of doing things. So let's see where it is. So it's accepted by some courts that there's an almost alternative justice method, which is go the community method, and so it's not like the perpetrator escapes justice under our laws. It may be agreed with the state that they have both the justice served to them, whether it's a prison sentence or fine or community service, as well as what the community or the circle decides that they should be served. It always works in, because of the system we're in. We have governments and we have law enforcement. Restorative justice, as it is now, when it comes to individual crimes committed by individuals, always works in with the court system. It's kind of on top of, you'll get a reduced sentence, perhaps in our, for want of a better word, in the formal system, because you have accepted that you will also serve justice under the informal system, and that is growing in acceptance. It's because it's got such good results. There's still a lot of resistance. I actually, the example I like to quote is, I interviewed a lady who does this in Florida. She's a lawyer in Florida. She's an expert in restorative justice, and she quoted the case of a young man who murdered his fiancée, and the families came together. They were good friends. The two sets of parents were actually good friends. They were all in the same community. And the parents came together and they said, we don't want your son, and the parents of the girl who died said, we don't want your son to get the death penalty. So they came together and they worked out that if he was prepared to do certain things, like commit to education, there was violence in that relationship, commit to educating young people about what dating violence can look like. He would not escape the death penalty, and he would get eventually he would get a shorter sentence. And he's done everything that's been asked of him. He cooperated, and I think it's about 15 years later, he's now in a light security correctional center, and he'll be out soon. And it's worked for everyone. There's been forgiveness. Very hard, like imagine the test that those parents were put through. But the lesson that it's had for everybody is amazing.
Well, see, what I found interesting, because I watched film of this, was I was watching some original people who had a strong contact with their culture. Not all original people do. And it was the elders who passed judgment. And I was told later, and they made the point that sometimes their judgment was harsher than the courts. So it's really not a get out of jail thing, but what it's really about is to an extent being shamed by the elders and losing their respect and how much that hurt them. But then it dawned on me, the drawback with this system is one thing, and it gets back to something you said before, that we're all part of the source, and we've consented to come down this time to do certain things, right? Now, that to me is the missing part of the equation in the legal system, because if you're dealing with someone who doesn't believe that and doesn't have that connection to an understanding why they're here or a connection to their elders, then circle sentencing doesn't work as well, because you're not bound to the community. It struck me, the stronger you are bound to the community, the stronger the impact circle sentencing had on the person and the chance that person will then improve themselves. So I'm suspecting that in the future, when we have smaller communities and people are more aware of their reason for being here and more connected to their community, I'm wondering if that might then become the major form to deal with one type of crime. It doesn't deal with, say, theft and stuff like that and sort of corporate thought, but for the crimes that offend the community. And I'll give you a great example. In original society, if a man raped a woman, when they were judged, they would be judged for raping all of the women in the tribe. Now, when you have that thinking going on, I think circle sentencing, which what the original people did, would fit perfectly. What's your take on that?
Yes, I agree. I mean, one of the things with this model is that it works best, when you've got a couple of things happening. One is that the perpetrator, wants to continue to be part of the community, right? So they want to. Exile is a punishment in itself. And so this is why when I was talking about system-wide, applying it system-wide, it's not going to work for people who don't see themselves as one of us. It's not going to work for people who think that they have rights to do what they did, and don't have any intention of rejoining the human community. The other thing is it's connected to that. Exile is a punishment itself. It's the willingness to the room for empathy that the perpetrator has. I mean, like, some people are not able to. It's not going to work for a psychopath or a sociopath. They've got to hear the victim, and they've got to go, oh my goodness, it's that oneness thing. It's, I am you, you are me, I put you through this. If you don't have those things, then restorative justice does have that's where its limitations come.
I think you're right. And it's interesting you mentioned something that dawned on me. When you're living in a society, and I'll go back to Olway in Australia before Cook, the worst punishment that could be given was not death, it was banishment.
Yeah.
They would prefer to be speared through the leg or die on land, because they had this belief that if I am banished from my land and I don't die on my land, when I die, my soul is in limbo forever, and that would be dreadful. I can't live with that. Please kill me. Now, when you have a society like that, then circle punishment works particularly well. But if you have a society where I got out, I'm free, and I got away with it, I'm fantastic, I'm happy. And a lot of people would think that. That's the problem with this. But I'm thinking, pre the change that we believe is coming, where to be banished from your society, from your people, from the people you grew up with, the ones you worked with and helped you, would be the worst punishment there is. So I suppose it does come down to the fact, in a perfect or near perfect society, circle punishment would work brilliantly. But in a society we have right now today, we have so many other people who are disconnected from everything, and it doesn't work as well. And in the time we've got left, there was one other question I did want to ask you. And it was something you said way in the start, where you've met many well-funded individuals who have prospered in the system they have now. And this is interesting because for them, I give them an extra tick. They've done well in the system, and you're saying they think the system should change. And I find that quite fascinating because they're the ones who've benefited out of it. They're the minority. Is there a shared belief amongst these people you've met as to why they feel the system has failed?
Yes, it has to do. The impact of the higher consciousness shift that we're going through is amazing. How it touches people. It has to do with they either realize the impact it's having on the environment, or they realize the inequality that it's creating socially. I know one person who did quite well in a traditional career who shifted gears and retired from his job in finance to become the CFO of a not-for-profit because his daughter, his school-age daughter, told him, that she was worried that the world was in tatters. The conversation about climate change has a lot to do with this, yes, but it's also this growing recognition among young people that we need to change, so that the younger generation is impacting the older generation. There's the levels of compassion and empathy are just growing. And these are people, like I was the same. I just thought it was the way to behave. I just thought it was go to school, get a degree, go to work, climb the ladder. I wouldn't classify myself as malicious, right? But I was in the system. And there are a lot of people who are just like that. Until then the shift happened for me. And it's like this micro shift, but it's like the whole universe changed. And you start to realize that it's the oneness point, that what I do to other people, I do to myself effectively. And that shift is occurring. It's occurring at the highest level. So people are beginning to feel, and COVID has something to do with this also. People are beginning to feel what's it all about? Is it worth climbing the ladder, not seeing my family, affecting my health? Is it worth it? At the same time, I'm actually not helping the planet. So all of these things have come together to create a perfect storm for many people, as well as they've done. It's not like they want to walk out of the house and say, I don't want my 5-bedroom mansion anymore. But they're starting to think, how can I actually be more effective, impactful?
So you feel like that they're actually sensing this actual change within the planet itself. That's become part of it.
Totally. I see it all the time, Steve. I see it all the time. I was working with a big bank, and I was invited to talk about purpose of the bank, and I just gave a very straightforward presentation. I didn't go full woo-woo, but I said, we're at the cusp of a massive change, and this is the transformation of our time, and we're going to change what companies are about. Companies are going to become purposeful. And this was at a relatively high level in the bank, and I had people email me and say, I want to talk about this with you. I don't really want to do this role in credit assurance or whatever part of the bank they were in. I want to help with making the world a better place.
Wow, that's interesting. So that would mean in the future, this is the last, I suppose we should close with this, in the future when this new legal system comes together, it would sound to me that you've got crimes against different things at the moment, crimes against humanity. It may well be in the future there's going to be a new precept which is called crimes against Gaia, the planet itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I mean, someone mentioned climate change, and I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that I'm not making a judgment about climate change either way. All I'm saying is that the emphasis on climate change has created in people who are not questioning the narrative of whether climate change is real or not. It's created this awareness, right, that the planet is being impacted. So climate change is one of those things that is such a divisive thing, but it's kind of having if you say climate change is being manipulated as a tool to manipulate the masses, it's kind of having a boomerang effect, where it's coming back again, and it's actually creating in people this feeling of
really important, because what it's doing, and I say the same things to people that say it's fake. I said, I don't care. I said, I see people marching down the street saying, I care about the planet. It's a no-lose situation, that one. And I say to other people, oh, no, it doesn't make any difference. I'm saying, well, look, if we stop polluting, why is it a bad thing? Because there's more than one piece of damage on this planet. It's not just the fact that the Earth is getting warmer. There's a lot of other things that are going wrong through pollution. And I just see it the same way. It is waking people up. And if people want to march and say, I care about nature, but they may have got the specifics wrong, but they're still saying, I care about nature, why would I want to stop them doing that?
Yeah, because what it awakens in them is so powerful. You can't stop that.
It awakens a contact with the planet, with the spirits, and with the mother, which is the creator. And all indigenous people refer to the earth as the mother. They never call it the father. So this is important. I just look at the details. I don't care whether the earth is flat or round. It means nothing to me either way. And the same with this one. As long as people say, I'm honouring the planet, how does it matter which team you belong to, whether you're a Catholic, Protestant? It makes no difference. So I agree. So that's what our future should be. And I love that. I really thought that was a great talk about the earth, and the fact that you focused in on the Nuremberg trial, where they invented a new form of law. Yeah. And it wasn't it was just like, this is common sense. And they introduced a new thing called crimes against humanity. They were nearly there. All that's needed now after the change is introduced crimes against Gaia, or in fact they call it Pachamama in South America. And I think there's one country in South America that does that. Yeah.
Ecuador or somewhere.
That's right. Yeah, they've already done it. They're ahead of us. Yeah. They're the first one off the first cab off the rank.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's about your 15 minutes. I tried to keep that in the 15.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Geraldine. As you know, we think you're doing a wonderful job, and you're in a tricky area there, but it's great to hear that even in that area, there's change. They can sense it. They don't know where it's coming from, but it is around. And we're lucky. We were there when it started.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Steve and Evan. Lovely to see you again.
See ya.
Thank you, Geraldine. Oh, too slow. Day late and a dollar short.
Yep, you were shoved right off the cliff on that one, bud.
Yeah, right.
See you later.
That was quite something. I'm so happy I got to hear that. That was one of the presentations that I was eagerly waiting for. I want to understand how my grandkids are going to be operating on this planet. It's kind of weird because like last year, my emphasis on the next generation was there, but it wasn't like as strong as until like October, when my granddaughter was born. And since then, that's been like really my forward thinking process as to like what Lola is going to be doing, like 50 years from now, 60 years from now, when I'm going to be like long gone, and what is the world she's going to be in, and what we're molding here and laying down the footwork and the pathwork for them is to go into that different timeline, Steve, that we've been working towards, and what all the Aboriginal cultures have been warning us about. I feel that this event is like the event of purification.
That's what the Hopi call it, don't they? They call it the three brothers, the two blue brothers, and then the other one, the eye of purification.
Yeah, that's what this event is. It's the purification event. And what do you think? I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. Like, what do you take away from what Geraldine was saying? What are you envisioning in your mind where you are at in Australia? Like, how does that work out?
Well, for me, when she started talking about the restorative justice, I just kept thinking back to teaching my kids when I was in high school there about circle sentencing. It was exactly the same thing. And it dawned on me, it hadn't dawned on me until then, that's the way once this change is upon us, and the people that have got no love for anyone won't be here anymore, then that form of system then becomes the major form of system where the person is the perpetrator and the person who was perpetrated upon look at each other in the eyes and they talk to each other like humans again and connect with one another. It dawned on me that what she was talking about, yeah, and we did have an example of it. It was the Nuremberg trials. So, yeah, it sort of made me realize that there is a way to do this on every level, political, economic, and also legal, when this change comes about, because I sort of didn't think much about that until I listened to Geraldine. So, no, for me, I think it's a great idea. Bring it on.
I like it. Steve. Sorry, I'm just connecting with Evan and everyone here. Rob, you want to jump on and interact with Steve, please?
I'm here. I was listening to it, and the law side of it is definitely something that we're not very versed on, right? And to figure out how to get there's a lot of terminology we can't use here, but to hold the people responsible for the ones that are basically taking the world hostage on so many different levels. And we need to figure out ways. And this is something that I've been actively working on as well on Clubhouse to essentially, find lawyers that are going to hold the torch and put the fire under these people's asses to make sure that they get what's coming to them. I mean, there's been a very big wrong on this planet, and we need to correct that path on so many different levels.
And I think that's why Geraldine spoke about what happened in South Africa and what happened in Germany, where we can see there were horrific wrongs perpetrated on humanity, and they came up with a system. And it was interesting because in both those systems, some people were forgiven, particularly in South Africa. A lot of people were forgiven who did wrong things. But if it was done, like I was talking before in that circle sentencing thing, where the people who met each other and faced each other, yeah, but then we're talking about people. The ones we're talking about responsible for this, they were the ones we agreed in circle sentencing that didn't work for. So therefore, in that case, yes, there has to be a line drawn in the sand. And I'm hoping, Rob, that that the earth itself will deal with those people by basically just saying you're no longer welcome here. You can now lead, your vibration is so low, and I'm now vibrating at a level that is 300-fold above what you're capable of. Off you go and you leave here. And that to me is that would be the best judgment and the best punishment, because there's no agony involved in this, and justice is complete because you've now failed, you lost your tenure to stay on this planet. And I'm hoping that's what's going to take place. But if it doesn't, then when the change does take place, then we're going to have something like the Nuremberg trials again, where the people who've done this, that have manipulated and lied and deceived and done horrible things, knowing what they've done has harmed and killed millions, they have to be held to account. So one way or the other, if the planet doesn't do it, then we're going to have to do what happened after the Second World War and what happened in South Africa. We have to call to account the people who've done this, because they know what they're doing. They know. And they have no conscience. And the same way Goering and others had no conscience, no love, nothing, just driven by pure hatred and vengeance. Well, those sort of people we don't need. These ones are driven by a different set of morals, which I think are worse. Strangely enough, it's very hard to say that they could be worse than what the Nazis were, but I think some
agree.
people are actually worse. because those people might have been committed to an ideal. These guys are just committed to themselves and greed and money and a complete lack of compassion for anybody. I mean, Hitler loved his mother, and I think he loved his dogs, and maybe Eva Braun. That may have been the sum total of it. But right. I swear, some of the people we're dealing with now that have created this love nobody. Nobody whatsoever. They don't even know what that emotion is. So, yeah, something has to be done.
Well, that's exactly right. And I feel something has to be done, because if we let this transgress and people aren't held accountable, then it's open season for all. If, let's say, something doesn't happen, right? Then it's open season for everybody else to do it again and again and again. It's going to become this cyclistic type of endurement that mankind is going to have to face until one of those times it becomes irrefutable or irreversible, and then we will be no more, right? I mean, really, that's what it comes down to.
Well, you've got to plan both ways here. I'm very pragmatic about this. What the change we talk about could happen, and we hope it does, but if it doesn't, then we have to create it, and we have to create it, and it's got to be done in a way. Somehow or other, mate, the problem is that at the moment, the majority of people have been dragged down in their development, and we need people to be aware. That's what's missing at the moment, an awareness of why we're here, what our purpose is, and what is right and wrong. That's gone. But you're right, somewhere along the line, we're going to have to do something, and if it's not done by the planet, then it's up to us. And obviously, it's been done in the past. It was done after the Second World War, and it was done in South Africa. And it's been done in other places. I think it was done once in Africa. I think that was crimes against humanity there, that one. But yeah, it can be done. But let's just hope, like Geraldine was saying, that within the upper levels, there are a lot of people who are now sensing the fact that this is wrong. And maybe they'll be part of our change. I don't know. But at the moment, yeah, we've got to keep both doors covered.
Well, another thing that you said that I loved was that we need to get back to that indigenous, well, she started it, but you kind of said it as well, back to that indigenous way of living where we're more symbiotic with the planet as opposed to being adversarial with it. You know, we have to really go ahead and try and figure out a way to sustain ourselves in a way that becomes that we become one and harmonious with this celestial body that's giving us everything that we need. I mean, we know that if we're talking about climate change, there is another agenda that these people are using behind that to create this I guess this revenue stream. But really what we're looking at is the more spiritual side of it, and the fact that if we lose that part of Earth, we end up losing a part of ourselves. And that's what people are not really, there is like this awareness, but it's an awareness in a different way than just climate change, as they would label it.
Yeah, it is different to that. I think it's a lot different. I think it's actually welling within a lot of people who don't know about Uluru, they don't know any of this sort of stuff. A lot of people are saying, I see it written all the time, I feel like there's a change around. And I think one of the things that we got to learn in this change is, I can't remember the exact quote, I think it's a Cherokee quote about why they live. The way they live today is so they can give the best to their grandchildren. That every decision they made should be made accounted for their grandchildren. What will their grandchildren live in? How will they live in this world that they're given? And we've got to make sure that this world is brilliant for our grandchildren. And that's the way we're supposed to live, but we don't. We don't live like that at all. We live in we have a different mindset at the moment. And as you know, I mean, at the moment, the mindset is being so cultured. It's so difficult to break through. But having said that, you hear all these different people saying, I can feel something within me. And maybe a lot of people now under this current system are starting to change slowly to begin with, but they're starting to change, and that may take it. I mean, I was around, unlike yourself, Rob and Omar, I was around in the 60s when there was a palpable change and everyone thought the world was going to change so much better. It was going to be heaven on earth, and it all fell apart and the whole thing was destroyed. But there was a period of 4 or 5 years where everyone was thinking, all people were thinking, all young people were thinking roughly the same way, that this is all wrong. This has all got to change. And then it was hijacked, and we know that disappeared. But the point to remember is that this change in everything in the late 60s and early 70s came out of a period where everyone's mind was controlled. People don't get that. In the late 50s and the early 60s, man, we were walking around marching to the same song, all of us. Everyone did the same thing. Women's place was at home. Their job was to serve the husband when he came home, put on his slippers, and everyone fell around there. The father never really did anything with the kids. We all went out and had beers. Everything was done the same way. And we were all regimented. And out of that regimentation, something welled up within, where people said, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. And I feel like, if anything, this is what's happening now. And this is not a thing. It wasn't relying on a ceremony that took place or a Hopi prophecy. In the 60s, none of these words were spoken about. It just happened. And everyone started to talk about love and peace, and then people made fun of it and then hijacked the whole story and tried to make money out of it. They stole Woodstock and they turned that into something else. I think I've heard many times that counterculture died when the people with money watched 1 million people go to Woodstock and said there's a market there. And then they hijacked the market. That seems to be a commonality I've heard from many people. But before that, everyone was talking about good things, about going out and hugging trees and doing things that we all make fun of now and making fun of hippies and stuff like that. But it was there. Then it disappeared. I suspect it's coming back either way. That's my hope, because I don't have any other one, to be honest.
I agree. I actually live about 2 hours from Woodstock, so yeah. we know there is a history that was this jam band session that people really, they were disgusting to the place that they were at, and it didn't become this movement as they thought it would be. It was about who's on what drug and who's making money, and it was a disgusting display in a lot of different ways. I will definitely give that. And then, living here, the people who lived in that town were absolutely they hated Woodstock. They really, and then it was glorified. So they had to put a plaque up to it because people were coming for tourism because it was Woodstock. Now, one thing Paul Wallace said here is, yes, the Navajo think in terms of living with 7 generation hence in view. I think that is something that we need to get back to. We are these creatures now that are so balled up into this societal construct that we don't even know we're not worried about 4 hours from now. It's that instant gratification right this moment. So yeah, exactly. And even the consciousness people are I want to say we fall into that category too, because we keep making this example of living in the now. Well, yes, some of us are in the now, yes, but we're still using the now to implement things for the future, which is that full and complete circle when we're talking about it. So there is a system to it, I guess you could say.
There is a system to it. And the thing I'm seeing now is that in the late 60s, it started with so much promise to change everything and then fell apart. We can't make the same mistake again this time around. I think the difference is now that the people who created and changed and made money out of it and then changed everything again, those people now, we know them. We didn't know them in the 60s. We really didn't know anything. We just knew about where we lived and what was happening there, and the music was good and the drugs were interesting and all that sort of stuff was around, and it was all a big experiment. But we didn't know that everything was being run by a few people and the whole world was being manipulated. And what this was a temporary blimp, and they got on top of it and destroyed it for a while. But I believe it's coming out again. And I believe this time round, They can't destroy it because I believe their time is up. And if it isn't up, we have to make sure it is. And we have to actually really very soon from now run another Nuremberg trial. If it doesn't work through the planet, then we've got to do something quickly because we are running out of time.
Let me ask you this, Steve, since I have you here too, and I think this is a crazy question, but do you think that it's more? Is it more of a pure movement then? And I don't want to say pure. It was more infantile in its stages back then, but now that this tremendous deception has happened on such a global level, this movement is now in its I don't want to say finale stages of, because we are right before that precipice, right? So it is kind of like the ending stage before that switch or that tilt, that complete tilt of no return, I guess we could say.
I think you're right. I think that the first time this happened, and the very first time it happened was in the like 65 through to about 72. That's as long as it lasted, about 7 years at most. And I think that it was all with the greatest intentions. And I mean, I lived in a place called Nimbin, which is the corollary in Australia to Woodstock. That's where all the hippies went and lived, and they still do to this day. And I think it was naive. I think that there was an innocence in there, but it was a naive innocence that could be manipulated. Because the hippies up there thought that what we're going to do this. And by the way, Nimbin is the third most popular town in New South Wales for tourism, just like Woodstock, okay? And the buses come every day to look at the hippies. So that sort of thing happens too. But what I think happened was they just thought by doing this, the whole world would say, oh, shit, this is much better than what we're going to do. We'll do the same thing. And that never happened. It never happened because it was naive in relation to that they didn't really understand that when John F. Kennedy was shot, it wasn't one man shooting a bullet that spreads in 7 different directions. It was a complete created thing by people far more powerful than John F. Kennedy that were running the world. And they watched this the same way when they lost the war in Vietnam. They realized then, my God, we don't fully own the media. We'll make sure from now on we do, and we'll make sure that all our coverage is done properly. We were in that time before they even grabbed the media. Remember that. We're in a time where hippie stuff was in the paper all the time. They wrote about it in different ways. All that sort of stuff was okay then, because even though the cabal was there, they weren't overt then. They were just hiding in the background, just making lots of money. That's all they wanted at that stage. And that's why at that particular stage, it was okay to be naive because we didn't really know. I was part of that. I was there doing all that sort of stuff. I went up to Nimbin for a while. I was fully part of it. But we didn't realize what was really going on. We didn't know then. But I think the difference is now that we hear about Geraldine saying that bankers are saying this is wrong. And they know. They know who runs the banks. They know who these people are. It's not a secret anymore. It was then. So, yes, I think the same sort of change is afoot, but there's a difference now. It's not a naive change. It's more aware of what is the other side. At the other side, it was just maybe a president or a country. But no. They're nothing. They're just midstream. Even people like Gates are midstream. The ones you've got to be fearful of are people whose names we don't know. They're the ones who run the show. I mean, the ones we talk about, they're in the cabal, but I can tell you now, they're not in the elite. They're not in the clique in the middle there. They've been running this place for thousands of years.
Yeah,
for
they're
a
more
long time.
They're more like administrators.
Yes, they are, but they're nameless administrators. And what the administrator says, it's a bit like the Queen. If you watch shows about that, they're there to tell her what to do. And when she's told what to do, she knows she does it.
That's right. Yeah.
Very true.
Yeah,
I would say they may not even be corporeal. There's some entity that is running from even further out than we can think of. That probably governs those people as well.
That's definitely right, mate. So it really is. The difference is now that all of us that know that now, none of us knew it then. So we didn't know what our enemy was. And there's an old saying, know thy enemy. Well, in the 60s, they didn't think there was one. They just thought that everyone would join in with peace and love and some good drugs and a lot of bad drugs and some bloody good music that came out at that time, undeniably so. And it was a period of change and excitement, and people adopted that and just thought this will go on forever. Everyone's going to come to see us, but no. No, it didn't. There was a war taking place, and the cabal were now sharpening their claws, and the damage went everywhere after that. Everyone got attacked. And it's interesting that straight after all this wonderful music, the music that came out next was disco and punk. And it was some of what I consider the worst music that's ever come out, sort of come out straight away. And then after that, they started packaging the music, and it was done through MTV, and it was all done. And then the music became quite mindless to an extent because they took over everything. They took over art, they took over music, and tried to bring it down to a worse level than has ever been before. And that was part of an ongoing thing that took place from that place on. And to an extent, maybe the hippie movement was responsible for bringing out the worst in the other side. But maybe in the long term, now that we can see it, it makes it this time around when we know our enemy, we've got a better chance of defeating it, whereas before they didn't. So I think it's the same movement. I feel like it's the same thing where people say, I don't trust you. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the people in control. I don't think they care anymore. And we were talking about pollution then, but it's much worse now. It's much worse. In the 60s, you can look at the pollution levels compared to today. It's appalling now. So, yeah, now we can see it. We know who we're fighting against, and we know what we're fighting for now. So maybe this time it'll work. And if it doesn't work this time, it's done. We lost.
You're pretty much screwed then, hey, Steve?
Yeah.
This is the last-ditch effort, right? Where the Hopi say, let go of the edge and go for the middle of the river and keep your head above water and just go for it.
Yep. That's
right?
what the Hopi
drown. We can't drown this time.
No, we can't.
Keep my internet on today. It's crazy.
Yeah, we're having issues, guys. We're supposed to have Valerie Borrow. But,
I was wondering about that. I was going to ask her. I thought I was doing an intro for her, but it sounds like I'm not at the moment.
Yeah, she's having issues with the internet and connecting to StreamYard, and she's tried Chrome and Safari and a bunch of other ones, and Evan's just given it one last shot to see if it works. But if
I wonder where he left me, because he left me on my own. I wonder what he was doing, but I could hear him talking.
Earlier on, Steve, two things like that really resonated with me was one, that when you said that back in the old day, if a man raped a woman, then he would be tried for raping all the women in the village, and if he stole from one person, then he stole from all of them. You know, I resonate with that, and I think that's something that we should establish now. You know, and if we did try to establish something like that now, how do you think we would go about doing it? Because of the size of our cities and towns, like, you know, I could see being manageable if you're in a community of like a couple hundred people, right? But if you're living in a city like, let's say, you know, Tokyo, the biggest city, you know, population-wise on the planet, has like 40 million people living there, 35 million people. How would you like address that if you were to go into that type of justice system?
Well, there'd be two parts to that. And the first part is this: I need to explain what happened old way when you when you raped a woman. I need to explain. There's a beautiful show called Women of the Sun. It was made by original people that I used when I was teaching in the high schools. And the next part of the punishment's the interesting part, and it'll explain how we do it. So the woman comes up, and in this particular show, it was a white man that was part of the tribe, and he raped her, and he came up and explained what happened. And what they then did was they brought everyone to sit in a circle, right? There's that circle sentencing taking place again. And there was no trial. This is where it gets interesting. There wasn't a trial where, you know, the defense team came up and explained this woman was being provocative and all this sort of stuff, and she deserved it and all that business, and let's go into your sexual history. None of that happened. It went straight from being charged to being placed in the center of the circle. Now, that involves one thing. That means that nobody in the tribe will lie. That's rule number one. If you want to create a community, no matter how big or small it is, if there's no trust, you'll never create it. So the woman never lied. Now, why didn't she lie? Because she knew that the spirits were watching everything that was said and done. And that's what this comes down to. They believed, original people believed, and I was asked this once when I was doing talks before everyone got locked down. I was asked, did all original people believe in a God? And the answer was instantaneous, yes. Oh, there's a clip, Women of the Sun. Evan's put it up or someone's put it up. It's the first show there. It's called Alinta. Yeah, yes. Now, the reason is they believed that the gods watched them all the time, and to lie is a mortal sin. It's no different to lie because it creates mistrust, which harms the tribe. Therefore, it's regarded at the same level. And if you were caught lying, you'd be spared for that. You may not die, but you'd be spared. And if you did it a couple of times, they would kill you. So the first rule is, for a tribe to exist, everyone must be truthful. Now, they've got to understand why they're being truthful. And this comes to the punishment. What would then happen is that warrior that raped, was a guy at this time, a white guy, would stand in the middle, and every man stood up and said the same thing. You raped my wife. And they would get angry and they would pick up their spears. And here's the punishment. Every man would throw their spear at that person. Now, if he managed to dodge all of the spears, it would be cited then that the woman has lied and the spirits have stepped in. You've got to remember, all of these men, what do they do for a living each day? They throw spears. Otherwise, they don't eat. So I can tell you, all these guys are pretty damn good at throwing spears, and you, the person who's raped, is allowed to hold one shield, which will be broken with the first spear anyway, and they always die. Now, what's interesting in that is that all the way along, that punishment is reliant upon the spirits being involved, A, in making sure before the trial took place that the woman didn't lie, because she didn't, and B, the punishment that took place would be under the auspices of the spirits again. So it comes down to this. For a tribe to work under circle sentencing, I said before that you've got to be connected to the tribe. You've got to believe in the tribe, and you've got to understand the tribe looks after you. So you have to create a society where people understand, and this is the trick, why we are incarnate. And understands that if everything that you do that is harmful to another person, you will also suffer, then for God's sake, why would you do it? Why would you lie about something when the spirits can hear it straight away and you're going to get it punished later? So what happens is you have a mode of behavior and morals that's based around the realization that every step you take, a bit like Sting's song, although he was singing about a stalker, every step you take is watched and valued and evaluated. Therefore, whether the tribe, now when it's a tribe of say 40 million people like it is in Tokyo, they will have precincts. And I know America has that too. And in New York, you've got Bronx and Manhattan and places like that. People say, I come from that tribe. And that's actually what they're saying. Indirectly, they're not saying I come from the tribe of New York. They're nominating an area, and it may be a suburb. Now, yeah, the numbers are larger, but if you have the right underlying modality and the underlying philosophy of I'm part, and this is a great line that comes from the Standing Stone side, that the soul is the breath of God. That my soul is the breath of God, then every other person that's next to me comes from the same breath. So therefore, we're all related, which is what Geraldine was talking about earlier. They're all part of the same source. Once you have those two understandings, then that tribe can break into precincts and it will work. But while you lack those understandings, you can't have a tribe. and circle sentencing won't work. And Valerie is not going to be with us.
No, we tried all sorts of internet browsers, Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. Nothing would work.
And I'm going to say on Valerie's behalf, I want to make the point too.
I do have a little bit that she sent me.
Okay.
I'll get that up.
All right. Then I just want to make the point that being computers, I understand why she got bamboozled by it. But if you've got, what have you got there?
We do have a presentation from her, so maybe we can try another day when the connection might be better. Because yesterday we did have like a lot of solar activity, and Rob's been having issues with internet all day, and myself here as well. We got knocked off.
That was wild. They literally just cut the stream. Like in StreamYard, there's a 2-click process to end the broadcast, and we just shut down. Oh, the whole thing just shut down.
Just like that.
Wild.
If the whole thing was going, I was sitting there listening to Geraldine and looked up and nothing was green. I was like, whoa, what's going on? And I had to say, Geraldine, stop. And so it's been an issue all day. So if we can reschedule Valerie, that would be
that's just Valerie's notes, Evan. That's her notes for what she was going to say, which looks quite interesting, to be honest.
It really does, actually.
I'm having a look at it and I'm thinking, gee, that looks pretty good. It's a bit of a shame but remember, we're in Australia and it's worse here than anywhere else.
Plus, I'm Windows and she was using Mac, so there's only so much I can do to help someone on a Mac.
Yeah, look.
No offense to people that use Macs.
It just could be good because actually my introduction was about the fact that I don't actually believe in channelers from the beginning, because we do science, as you know. We're very focused on science. And I said from the very beginning when we went down this path, the one group we will never touch are channelers. All I got to do is go twice and then speak in a different voice and I'll claim I'm channeling. Really, that's the way I looked at it. But then I'm going to say something about this woman. That when I met her, I got to know her as a person. And I realized that she would never lie. And I found out from that. And then I read one of the books she wrote and I thought, shit, this is really good stuff. And I realized then that actually it is legit, but people misuse it. And she's one of the ones that is legitimate. She is actually a channeler, but unfortunately, that's my introduction. And after that, all we've got is pictures of what she was going to talk about. And I mean, she was part of the ceremony. She was there at Uluru, and then she was in our circle, wasn't she, when we did that? So she was part of this in a big way, but it's a shame. But there's the picture of it. But yeah. We can't get her this time around, but as you said, maybe we can get her later when things work.
Yeah, exactly. We've got time. It's I'm sure over the next couple of days we can find time and space to bring her in. And,
absolutely.
And really get this download. I love Valerie and would just love to hear this. And it's the information that we need, right? I'm not. I'm in the same boat as you, Steve. To me, it's I don't know what it is. Like before, I used to think it's malarkey, but now, more and more and more, I connect with people and I listen and I understand, not with my ears, but energetically. I'm beginning to, think differently about it, because there are some people who can do this and some who think they're doing it.
There are. I've met 2 now, and that means if there's 2, there's more. I was very careful of it because all the other stuff, there's ways you can empirically measure. Even with certain dowsing rods and crystals, you can use things like blindfold people, and I've done that to Evan, where I've blindfolded him and then held something, and other ones pushed them, and it's worked. There's ways you can do this with different stuff, and I remember I've done that with rods and different stuff on occasions where I've got different people to independently do readings on something when they didn't hear the other person do it. But when it comes to channeling, there's no way to measure it. And therefore, I really did keep away from it because I kept thinking I can't empirically measure some way of checking what they did against other people to see if it's possible. And then, like with Leah, I mean, she's a channel from Off-World with Mesref. And what I did for a long time, man, I just kept asking her questions she couldn't answer. and she kept giving me the answer that you didn't know this, you couldn't know it. No. Then I asked her a question that nobody, not even my wife, knew the answer to. And then she gave it to me. I said, okay, now you win. I can do that. Well, Valerie, it's different. I just met the woman. I just thought to myself, this woman would cut her tongue out before she told a lie. She just wouldn't mislead people. And I came to the realization she was legitimate because of her as a person. With Leah, I got to test her out. I did it a completely different way where I could satisfy my rational mind by asking questions you don't know the answer to. And if you keep giving me the answer, well, that's impossible. Therefore, you are channeling. So, yeah, I'm behind it now, but I'm reluctant. I got there in 2 steps, firstly with Valerie and secondly with Leah. And I know you've got Leah on later anyway, hopefully. We don't know for sure, but hopefully that'll happen.
She's in America, so connection might work.
Well, this is Australia. Remember that. We are the testing place.
She's in the USA.
She's in the USA. That's right. Should work there.
It's a better chance you'll get it.
You're a good chance she's in the United States right now.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, it's different.
So tell me about this, guys. I'm interested in knowing this, and I'd like the audience to participate in this because we have a chapter 18 coming up with Forgotten Origin and our alien ancestry, and the first 50 people who sign up at our alienancestry.net chapter 18 will receive a 10% discount by entering the code children2, and it's all got to be uppercase like that, children2.
Yep. And then the first 50 people will get 10% off. So that's just for the viewers today and the next few days. So especially for the viewers here. Yeah, so glad to do that.
And those we've done, is it 17 or 18 of them?
This is the 18th.
18th, yeah. You might think, what are we doing? 18 presentations, but there were about 7 that were leading up to the prophecy that took place at Uluru. And the next 11 relate to primarily, we know that the prophecy worked, and we're going to actually present that in a couple of days. We thought we'd just do that because all of the speakers that we've presented, most of the ones that you're using here, have been on ours, and they've all been speaking on behalf of that change. So the last 11 ones we've done are people like Geraldine, where we talk about, okay, when this change happens, if it does happen, I mean, we can't guarantee it, but we've got a lot of proof that says it is happening. But if it does happen, we've looked at how this place would look like in the future, because it's got to be a lot different to what we've got. So, yeah, because of the fact we've got people at the moment that are on chasing this up, we figure, well, it's a tidy mix. And if you do believe, and we can convince you when we do our presentation, that what happened at Uluru, we have plenty of empirical, very hard to challenge evidence that proves that rock did ignite. And the magic box that the elders called it, which was actually the name of the actual rock itself, Uluru, did explode at 7:36. And ever since then, the Schumann resonance has been ramping up continually as the Earth is now in a period of change. And what we found out, ladies and gentlemen, is that there was a period, we always knew that from the time that ceremony started, there was a period for people to get on side and follow what the Hopi speak about, what the Cherokee, what the original people and all the indigenous people speak about the change and what you have to do to be part of it. We now know there's a cutoff point, a time where if you don't make a decision, it doesn't matter. And that's why on the 20th of December, the 21st of December this year, when the 3rd ceremony takes place, we won't be doing any more of this particular type of presentation where we bring in other people to talk about different aspects of the change, because it's over. It doesn't matter. So that's part of what that whole presentation we're doing, all the different chapters lead up to, I don't know, we'll do about 7 more, wouldn't we? 8 more?
Yeah.
And we'll lead up to the last one, which will be in December. And after that, it just doesn't matter anymore. That's the final line in the sand. And this is what all the indigenous people of the planet spoke about. But actually, when I say that, if you go to the Bible, they speak of 1,000 years of a change. In fact, all text, all religious texts talk about a change that will take place. But the beauty of this change is because of what happened at Uluru, the change will be graceful, it will be elegant, and it won't be bloody, and it won't be violent. But the lead up will be all of the above. That's the drawback of this. I wish it would be a nice, peaceful, calm situation where we all just go down and sit around and hug trees and sit down by the creek and just think, oh, what another wonderful day, a few more to come, and then everything, nirvana is here. No, it's the opposite. So, yeah, that's, we're just hoping that people will join us and become part and find out what is actually taking place and how we can prepare ourselves. And the time that we've got left is time that you, as an individual, once you believe in this change, can go and see others. That's the major reason we're doing this. We're trying to get people to go out and explain to people, and if need be, tell them to go to the website and look at all the evidence we have, which is empirical evidence that will calm their rational mind so their spiritual mind can take over. Because this is what this is all about. Mm-hmm. This is about a time when the magic of this planet reigns, and if you're not part of the magic, you'll be kindly asked to vacate premises.
If you ain't vibrating, you're out of here.
Sorry?
Right? I said if you're not vibrating at a particular distortion, you're gone skis, right? You're out of here. Bye-bye now.
If you read Corinthians, you'll find in Corinthians, they speak about this. I know the Hopis say this, that the people who aren't supposed to be here, they'll be like smoke. You'll look there, and when you look away, the smoke will be gone, which gives the indication that this change is going to be rapid. But Corinthians said the same thing. That I'm sure everyone knows the line, blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. What people don't know is the line that comes before it. When it talks about the ones who had it before, and they say, you shall look upon them, then look away, and when you look back, they will disappear. Mm-hmm. So if you read between the lines, because nobody knows, us included, nobody knows if this change that happened at Uluru, nobody knows what the process is past the change. I wasn't sure whether everyone that's here stays, and when they die, they don't come back next time. I wasn't sure how it was going to work. But it seems to me, from what I've been told and what we're reading, it's going to be rapid. And it also was made very clear to me there was a cutoff point where if you can't see it, like what I see at the moment is you've got two choices. You've got the choice that's been offered to us at the moment, which is fear. Fear of the air we breathe, fear of the people that are called human beings. We don't want to touch them. We don't want to kiss them. We don't want to shake hands with them. We don't want to breathe their air. We don't want them near us because they might kill us. Mm-hmm. Fear of the Russians or the Chinese or some other thing that might wander around, a new strand of something that might kill us. It seems to me fear of losing your job, fear of another lockdown. It seems to me that all we have at the moment is fear. And what we've been taught day after day is not to get close to other human beings, which is against our nature. If that is one future, that's one road. The Mayans speak of two roads. That's one road that's on offer. And that's what you're going to get. It's not going to change. It'll be more of the same, but worse. Mm-hmm. Or the second one, when the Hopi talk about jumping into the fast-flowing river, that the hour has come, and celebrate with those who are in the river. And don't worry about where it's going to take you. It's going somewhere. And if you can't swim like me, well, put on a life jacket and don't jump in.
All righty then.
The whole business, whatever. I mean, where we are in Blissmore, this area, we just had the worst floods ever in the history of Australia, from what we found out. And we're all getting used to it now. But that's the point. This other way we go is the way that the Hopi, the Inuit, the Cherokee, the Navajo, the original people, all of the indigenous people of the world said would come, that the time would come when this would happen. And the people off-world call it the great event. And that's actually what they call it. And that's why they came here. It shouldn't be a matter of are aliens here. The question should be, why did they spend so much time and energy with a group of squabbling apes that spend nearly all their time trying to kill each other? Why would they bother?
Right.
They bothered for this moment. So that's what this is all about.
Bunch of knuckle draggers.
Basically, yes. I mean,
each other over paper.
I taught in high school, and what I taught was warfare and conflict. And occasionally I would teach them about some person, be it Galileo or Da Vinci, that was ahead of their times, or Tesla. And all of these people were reviled. Another one, Socrates, they killed him. I mean, all these people that did something worthwhile, the one thing they shared was at that time, the people they were with hated them and wanted to kill them. I've taught them that history, and it's an appalling history, the last 6,000 years. It's the worst of the worst history we've ever had. It's come to a
It
close.
just goes to show that we're like in the like the last foot of the Kali Yuga, or like the Dark Ages, and now we've just finally started to come out of it, and it's lasted 6,000 years. So
It has. It's been a time when we made so many mistakes. Number one, we started to compete against the mother. We farmed in bad ways. You can farm in good ways and bad ways, and we chose the worst. We then did another fatal mistake that no original person would do. We stopped listening to women. Right? You listen to the great Greek story where the women decided the men weren't going to war and they were withholding their conjugal rights, and the men said, I'm not going to war anymore. In original society, the women always had the last say. I remember there are many stories, you can read them in all the history books, where the men, the white colonialists, would go up to the original men and have a deal and make a deal and say, we're going to do this. And they'd say, yes, we agree to it. And then they'd say, as they finish, now we'll go and ask the women. And the men would be stunned. Why are you asking the women? And the men would come back and say, oh, by the way, all bets are off. The women didn't agree. The men just could not understand this. And that is why for hundreds of thousands of years, the original people lived with each other, and they never conquered someone else's territory. They never actually attacked another place. They never took it off them. They lived for hundreds of thousands of years on their tribal estate and never stole another tribal estate. Why did that happen? Because the women were running the show. Well, 6,000 years ago, we stopped asking women for advice. And the last 6,000 years have been an appalling effort, because we didn't ask the earth, we didn't respect the earth, and we didn't respect the feminine. You must have warfare. We created that situation. And of course, we had off-worlders that were encouraging that as well, and on-worlders who were encouraging it also. Well, that's come to a close now. That's what the Hopi and what all the indigenous people are saying, and that's what that ceremony was about. And now that's why Geraldine said that all these businessmen can sense something within them, because the planet is now giving messages. It's raising itself, and it's trying to raise the vibration of every being here. Some will actually do it. And the point is, you've got to remember, the ones who don't do it, it's not a punishment. It's not a damning indictment on your soul. It's none of those things. It's a bit like this. 20%, maybe 15% will evolve. Well, what about the person who was next in line? The next person on the list that missed out by one. Does that mean they're evil? No, it doesn't. It means they'll go to another planet, incarnate on that planet where the vibration is much lower, where they can exist in that situation, and then come back here. But this planet is going to become one of the most sacred objects in the cosmos. And the animals, all the amazing animals we have, are welcome to stay. All of them, every one of them. But there's one animal that is not welcome. One animal has to earn a rite of passage, and that's the humans. Because we're the only animal that's fought against nature for so long. And nature is basically, the mother has said, okay, I'm healing myself within because we did it. There are over 15 million people involved in that ceremony. And of course, well, you guys were fully involved in that and helped spread it. That saved the planet. Not so much the animals, they were going to be fine anyway, but it gave humans the opportunity now to stay. Because if that ceremony hadn't worked, humans were going to be wiped out, the whole thing. But the problem would have been a lot of animals would have suffered too in the conflagration that was going to happen. Now this is all a beautiful setup where each person now becomes Peter at the gates. No one else. Yourself will judge yourself now. It's up to you. And you can't turn around now and say, oh, shit, I didn't know. No, you chose not to know. You knew about this information. You said, oh, that's all a load of woo-woo stuff. I'm not going to listen to that. You made that decision, but it was there for you. Now, the reason why it's now and not before, because before it wasn't there for people. They didn't know of an alternative. And therefore, how could they be judged? The difference is now, because of the one benefit of the internet, everybody now gets to hear all the information and they pick what they want.
Yeah.
So now it's right for humans to be judged.
This brings up a really interesting thought in my head, Steve. You just mentioned that you know, if you're like one level down or just one out of the line, that maybe you'll reincarnate on another planet that is, you know, that's synced to your own vibration. Now, what I'm interested in trying to understand is, do the animals that inhabit this world, regardless of what they are, you know, land, sea, and air, right? Do you think that they're a higher form of consciousness that's experiencing this earth? So if we're not vibrating at a lower distortion, or let's say if we're vibrating at a lower distortion and incarnate onto another world, now do you think we would incarnate as like something similar to like this type of human, or do you think we would incarnate as something else, or like an animal? Because a lot of people think that animals have a lower form of consciousness than humans do. So what do you think? Like, personally, I feel that animals have a higher form of consciousness. Once we've gone through this cycle of incarnate, learn, die kind of thing, and then once all that education is done, then we can come back here and be somebody's cat, right? Or come back here and be somebody's bird, and then we can really truly enjoy the fruits of Mother Earth.
That's what Mesrev said. When I asked him a question very similar to that, he said, as humans, we've incarnated as trees, as animals, as the rock. We've been in different forms of life all the way through. All forms of life are different, but none is better than the other. That's what's really important in this. And you've got to remember that when we rate animals, and we rate animals according to how well they can read, of course. And of course, all the other animals can't read, so we must be smarter than them. We rank them according to our expectation of what intelligence is. But if you look at our form of intelligence, we foul our own nest. We're not that smart anyway. And the great majority of people, when a car breaks down, we look at the car and say, what the shit's going on? I'll find someone who can do it. We don't know shit about that. What we don't understand is that I think that we can incarnate into many different life forms. And like Mesrev said, there are so many different forms of life that humans don't even know about. And we can be incarnate on an etheric world and this world again. I would think personally that person is 1% off. With the animals, they stay because they didn't break the cardinal law when we came down here. We had to honor what we lived in. It was a bit like this. Every animal knows not to foul its nest. I mean, that's just one of the common things you know.
Yeah.
Well, if you can't get that right, I don't care how many books you've read, you don't deserve to stay. That's what this was always about. And when you lived the life of, look, when I was a kid, if someone was dumb, you were called bird brain. Now they call crows feathered apes. So that now becomes a compliment. But we were calling all animals, and then we said that goldfish only have a memory of 5 seconds. They've now trained goldfish to drive vehicles.
Yeah.
So when we start assessing the intelligence of animals, And then people start to treat dogs and cats like humans.
Mhm.
Why? Because they are behaving like humans and they have the same awareness as humans. In fact, dogs, it's now been proved, are the only animals on the planet, including humans, that look at both eyes at the same time and can read our emotions better than we can.
Mhm.
When it comes to emotions and learning about love, dogs can give unconditional love, humans can't. So if we're going to measure things on love, we're not the smartest animal anymore. So when we start to look back and look at animals and from a totality, we start to realize that there is no difference in our intelligence. And can I remind you of one thing? Yes, we have a larger brain, 1300 cc, but we only use 15% of it, guys, which means, and think of this, the weight of our brain to our body is 1.9. A crow's, it's 2.9, which means basically that a crow's body weight to its brain is 50% greater than us, which means going on that alone, the smartest animal on this planet is not a human, but a crow. But we can't measure because crows keep it themselves so much and they've got such a complex language because we live near them, we hear them. I don't think we fully understand how stupid we are and how smart the other animals are. Really, seriously, it comes down to that. Yes, I know, occasionally you get a freak, you get a Da Vinci or a Tesla. It comes out where what's actually happening, Einstein, and I'm referring more to his wife than him, by the way, what's actually happening, those people are using 30% of their brain as opposed to 15. And we look upon them as some sort of godlike intellectual gift to humanity because it's using a bit more of its brain. But I did ask Mesrith, what would happen if we used 100% of our brain? He said we would kill ourselves because we couldn't cope with it.
Mhm.
But we have the potential to do that. Now, if we used 100% of our brain, then yes, we might be able to talk about the fact that we can place ourselves above the other animals. But I'm saying to you now, I don't believe we can place ourselves above any animal, certainly not the trees. Oh, for God's sake, they're far more advanced than we are. And you've got to remember, according to the aliens we're in contact with, trees are rare. Very few planets carry trees. We are one of the few that do that, and we do it for a reason. They are the spiritual planets. We have no idea of what the trees do to our planet. We know what we do, but I would suggest that this is going to become a magical university where humans will learn exactly why it was that aliens from all over the cosmos came here. There was a time when humans were advanced, when Nostradamus and Merlin were Barry and Colin down the street. Everybody was doing that stuff. You've got to remember when I've told this story many times, when Carno disappeared in front of myself and Graham Hancock and 12 other people.
Mhm.
Same thing. What I can do, every human on this planet can do, only I know how to and you don't. It's that simple. There's nothing special about me except I can see the curtain and you can't. This is why this place existed. And what they've done to us is we have 7 senses and they've dumbed down 2 of them.
Mhm.
And they are the senses that make us special. Remember, we were never the smartest hominid on this planet. Of the 17th, we'd ranked 6th. We ranked 6th, but we were the magicians. And that is our greatest skill, and that's what will come back. Now, people who don't believe in magic, well, where's the point them staying here? If they don't even believe in it, then they're not really welcome.
Mhm.
You see, we came to this planet to learn 2 things. The 2 powers that this planet has is love and magic. If you embrace love, you get 49%, but you've got to get over 50% to stay.
Mhm.
If you don't embrace the magic, you still get 49%. So you know many people that really have embraced the love part but don't get what the planet's here for and the magic part. You've got 9 months to convince them that there's 2 parts to this story and they've got to embrace the second part.
Mhm.
So that's what all of the people that are on this show, that are listening to this show, This is what I want them to try and do. To understand that you have a responsibility. The time is running short. The clock is ticking. To go and find those you love and then try and do what the original people called seed dreaming. Now, seed dreaming is a very clever way of farming. You throw the seed out once. You never come back and nag and repeat and repeat. You throw it out once and walk away. You let the seed take its own path. It might decide it's fallen on a rock and it won't germinate. Then fine. That's the choice of the rock, who is the person. It might sit in the soil for 5 months and then something happens down the line where they see this and say, this is wrong. What I was told before, I'm going to try it.
Mm-hmm.
You leave it. You do that. And that's what people have got to do over the next 9 months is we've got to go out and see dream people and tell them, no, don't embrace the fear of people and the air and the sun and the terrorists and the Chinese and the Russians and everything that you're scared of. Do not be scared of anything, because if you're fearful, you're on the wrong road.
Yeah.
You'll drown in the fast-flowing river and you'll walk up the wrong path with the Mayans. And the Mayans have warned us about this. There's 2 to 1. And once fear's involved, and that's why they're doing this, the Cabal know about the change.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing what Hitler did. I'm glad that Geraldine spoke about that. Remember when Hitler did when he knew he was going to lose? When he left the country, he blew it up. He destroyed it. He made the population fearful. He left it with a calling card. Well, they're doing the same thing here. They're trying to make everyone fearful so they don't walk the road and so they fall down together, because here's the beauty of this. It doesn't matter whether you're Hitler. You can't destroy a soul. And those that adopt the other way know this, that there is no place. The only hell you're ever going to find is the one that's inside you. That's where hell resides. There's no place for it. It's you. When you meet hell, like in the show Lucifer, when Lucifer said in that show, hell are doors that are always open, but the people don't know they're open. He made this point. He said that every door in hell is open. You walk into that door yourself. Lucifer never made you do anything. You did what you wanted to do. Well, that's what this is all about now. This is all about each person gets a choice. And yes, for a lot of people, some of your family are going to choose badly. That's the truth of it. I remember when I did a conference at Uluru, somebody got up and said, some of my family, I love them. I want them to be part of this, but they think I'm stupid and they won't do anything. I said, what can I do to change them? And I started by giving them the answer he didn't want. I said, nothing. You can't make people now drink water if they don't want to.
That's
what
right.
you can do is offer them the water, show them where it is, then walk away and let them make the decision. But if you stand there and nag them, you'll get the wrong result. You can't do it anymore. This is each person now has got to make their own decision, and then the rest, it's their call. But don't grieve for them if they don't come to this earth for a while. Remember, you've been here forever. Just like the rocks, you've been here forever. It's just a second or two. It might take a couple of incarnations elsewhere and they may come back. They may be close. So it's not like a permanent separation. It's just a temporary cessation of duties.
Awesome, Steve. Let's address this one question and then we'll wrap it up for the evening.
Okay.
Here is the question from Brown Dot Flop. She's saying, I was so curious about that. If trees, plants, animals typically reincarnate along the same line, or if trees can be humans and vice versa.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And wouldn't it be fantastic to see a massive redwood that watches thousands of years of history? Yeah. Wouldn't it be stunning? And knowing around you at the moment that all the baby trees, when they're born, do you know, and I think you do know this, that the roots of other trees send them extra nutrients to look after, breastfeed them the same way our mothers do.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a wonderful life to do that? And wouldn't I like to be a bird, maybe a parrot for 80 years, just flying wherever I wanted to go, not having
you just stole the parrot right out of my head. As soon as you said that.
I want to be a porpoise because I can't swim, but man, I'd love to surf the waves. When you think about it, ladies and gentlemen, there's so many opportunities out there because every one of us has a totem. Every human being has a totem. I've got the goanna and the magpie. And my magpies, so they've done, I've had about 3 major events with magpies that just break every law of science. Would I like to be a magpie? Dead set I would. In fact, if you were going to list right now all the choices we had of all the animals you could be, if you wanted to be and you knew you had all your choices, humans wouldn't be high on the list right now.
No, I don't think so.
What do you go for first? For me, it's a fantastic story about choices that makes life so interesting, because you can look at it from so many different points of view that it makes the whole of this web that's been created such a fascinating gift for us. But at the moment, we don't understand that. And if we did understand that, then that circle sentencing would work perfectly. Because remember, the worst punishment you could ever had once you understood that would be just thrown out of your tribe. Why would you want to do that? Because life would be brilliant. So, yeah, I can assure you, that questioner, that yes, I want to be a tree. I want to be a bird. I want to be a porpoise. I want to be all these things in the future. And I would enjoy every moment of it, because I would understand what I'm getting out of it. I'd see life from a different point of view. And I've got to tell you, often a better point of view than the one we have at the moment. But we could fix that up. We could fix that up. We have that potential. And that's the story in this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's up to each person to sign up and say, I want to be part of a future that is full of positivity, full of no fear, and full of hope. That's the road I want to walk on. And the Hopi, ladies and gentlemen, I tell you now, they are the keepers of the prophecy. When we do our presentation, we're going to base our presentation around 2 prophecies by the Hopi. They were the ones who kept that, and they did that to give us hope. And what I'm saying to people, if you want hope, go and listen to the Hopi prophecies. They'll give it to you, and we need it right now. In the future, it'll be people like those elders who will be our future. They'll be our leaders in the future, and we won't have the appalling collection we have today. We might even have a tree and a porpoise making the choice with us, and wouldn't that be fantastic?
Oh yeah, I'm just loving all these comments here in the chat rooms coming across. You know, a rocker says, "My heaven has whiskey, yay!" And then John Johnson says, "Mine has fat joints." Daily smoking bowls on the beach and fishing.
I remember this. I did tell you a story once about Kano talking to a red kangaroo, telling us what we did 3,000 k's away 4 hours after it happened. Wouldn't it be great to be in conversation with the animals? Because we did have the potential in the past to communicate with them telepathically, and we can still do it. What sort of world would that be? Think about this. This world has more animals than any other animal planet in the cosmos. Think of all the different stories we could hear from all these different beings. We have the potential. This place was created to be heaven on earth, and it still can be. It's up to us.
Absolutely. Stone, do you want to say anything? You've been awful quiet.
Oh, I'm just honestly loving it. It's lovely to chat with you. You know, I've had I lived in Western Australia, Pilbara region, a place called Mulliala, just 25 k's east of Marble Bar. And I had a dark start to my life. And one day in one of my journeys running across Snake Valley, and later on I discovered why it was called Snake Valley, I was picked up by a young gent who was on walkabout, you know, a young Aboriginal on walkabout. And I got to stay with his family for 2 weeks. And the tribe, it was home. It was me. It was an experience of my lifetime that I will never ever forget, and it put me in touch with the rest of some of these shattered areas. And so, you know, I've been dying to talk to you for ages. But I love what you say. I'm now living in the middle of nowhere, rural, and I talk to the magpies. I'm in New Zealand. I was born in New Zealand, but I lived in Australia and got roots all over the place. but my roots are wherever I go. And so the birds talk to me, and I hear them talking like we communicate with, humans. I find myself making the same chirpy sounds and testing them and pushing them to the limits. Just recently we fixed up an outside road mirror. As you go around those sharp corners in the rural, you have a mirror that will let people know if there's other traffic coming. And in this, we had to put up another log on that because the magpies like to come and sit on it and look at themselves and hold conversations. So, and then, you're talking about different types of animals. I mean, we put down sheep. We put sheep down in massive ways. But when you live on a farm and you watch what the sheep do and you watch how they communicate with each other, you'll second question yourself, because they're very wise. They are wise. And so, you've got it. Some of these lessons that I learned living with this Aboriginal tribe was, my other family was absolutely fantastic, from eating and gathering ant sugar to cooking snake to, the women doing the women chores while the men did the men chores, and safety mate, there's so many areas. It was absolutely a spiritual gift journey that I was given in this 3D form and reality. So, I love what you're saying. I totally agree with you. We've got to say, I've also got a Viking background. And so when you were talking about the circles of banishment, the circles of confrontation, you got to go there. I also have home gang, which is they would tie the perpetrator's hand to that was, making allegations. And whoever won the tug of war or the fight between each other, that was the one who was telling the truth. And that would be the end of it. And if anything else was to be taken offshore elsewhere, I'm raised in a Māori family as well, where we would turn our backs and we would shun those who did, perpetrated against us. Now, the background that I came from, they were all a bunch of perpetrators. And I broke the chain and I walked away. And this is what we're doing now. We're coming into our power. We're saying no more. There's so much more to us. I mean, everybody's looking for outside saviors. They're looking to go outside and investigate and take it off planet and build, but we don't need to. This planet here, this mother, this is who we are in contact with. We are part of, always communicating. And once we pick up on those frequencies, there's no going back. And I love what you were saying. So thank you again. You're a great inspiration, and you gave me good confirmation. So thank you, and I look forward to chatting with you sometime in the future.
Definitely, I'd like to. Yeah, you're right, because you were lucky. You were actually, when you did that time living with that family, you experienced what the future should be like.
Oh,
and if every family was like that, it would be different. I mean, the shunning then works. That's the point. The shunning works, and to get that love back, you've lost the love of the family. That becomes deadly. So that's really what this is all about.
When they showed it to me in the tribe, they showed me that you made a mistake, and mistakes are just areas where you need to sit down and have a little bit more teaching from your guides. And we don't have that anymore. And that is sad, because nobody wants to listen to you're not being told off, you're being guided, you're being corrected. You're going to do it your own way anyway. But at the same time, you're given the tools. You're given the tools. When you are aware of that, then you accept them. So there was so much that was given to me then, and I'll never forget it. It's part of my life. So I practice it every day.
It's a good part of your life for sure, definitely.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. I think we finished that one up now. Is that how we?
Yeah, I think we're done up over here at Humanity Unplugged for day 3. I'm just shooting a quick short here with you guys to share with the world. So maybe, Rob, you want to jump onto the screen, brother, and entertain us for 30 seconds?
Coming on in. Boom.
Rob Yachts from Full Spectrum Universe, and Stone Hobbit, and Stephen and Evan Strong from our alien ancestry at Humanity Unplugged Day 3. Join us tomorrow for Day 4, guys.
See ya. So that's it.
All right. Fantastic, guys. This was amazing. Thank you very much. I totally appreciate it. Today was a epic day, and tomorrow is going to be that as well, and the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that.
We haven't ended broadcast yet. We got to end the broadcast. Hold on.
No, hang on. I just want to quickly show people what we got going on tomorrow. And, guys, head on over to the channels that you're at and set the reminders for tomorrow's stream. We begin at 8 o'clock a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I know for our friends on Forgotten Origins, that is a bit late at night, but by the time you guys get up, we'll be in full swing. And you can always watch the replays.
Or full spectrum. We'll be in full spectrum, you mean?
That's
full
right.
spectrum mode at that
full
point.
Spectrum, exactly. Yeah. Thanks for that catch, bro.
Cheap plug.
Here. We are on Day 4 tomorrow, March the 15th. It's going to be an epic day tomorrow. We are going to start off with Kiera Wind Rider, and then we've got Crystal Skull in the house, so you guys don't want to miss out on that. I'm totally looking forward to this. And then we have Andy Goldman and Jonathan Goldman. They're going to be talking sound for personal and planetary healing. And then we have Jay Wiedner. He's going to be doing a reality check, transhumanism versus the natural world. And then our good buddy, Agi Nost, he's going to be talking about Gaia's evolutionary call, Can You Hear It? And then Jennifer Koofman, Miriam Schiff, and Isabella Hunt are going to have a panel breaking through the indoctrination of separation, the heart of the matter. And then we have Sharon Rose, Sacred Mysteries, Awakening the Divine Feminine. And then, of course, we're going to be doing our stretches with Leanne and myself. And then after that, we have Arcturus Raw. He's going to be talking about Earth's place in galactic history and ET races. And then Tamara Oviet, Sacred Activations, Disconnect from Global Consciousness and Live Healing. And then we are going to cap the evening off with Nicole, Angela, Melissa, and one other I can't call off the top of my head, but it's a walk-in panel. The Embodied Sisterhood Collective, 5 walk-in souls reflect on their weekly process of channeling, healing, and support. So it's going to be very interesting tomorrow. And very, very much looking forward to this day. I can't wait to see the Crystal Skull, guys. That's going to be totally amazing. It's going to really set the tempo. A lot of energy is going to come through there. So totally looking forward to tomorrow. So with that being said, guys, thank you very much to everyone who has given donations through PayPal, super stickers, and super chats, and all of that. All the comments. Thank you for the shares and the likes. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from British Columbia, Canada. Rob, any final words?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so amped up to see that skull tomorrow. I have this internal feeling that something is going to happen for me, and I can sense it already. So I'm really excited about that. The whole day, I mean, every day is just stacked. But, from all of us here at Full Spectrum Universe, please, hopefully, think about contributing so we can do a better job of bringing in the paid speakers. Some people like to have money when they come in. Of course, we try and get the ones that don't because we don't have a ton of revenue coming in just yet. So if if even a couple dollars, if you could donate via PayPal or become a member of a channel, it definitely helps. And help support us so we can bring you better content.
Stone, any final words?
Just definitely come back. This is an awakening event. We are stepping into ourselves. We're getting clarity. We're getting confirmation. This is a boost. This is an upcharge. So we're already doing the work. Absolutely fantastic. Yes, I will be here tomorrow as well. So I look forward to taking it to the next step. I can't wait for the crystal skulls. You know how I am. You know what it means. So let's beam it up. Let's beam up this frequency, people. Thank you, everybody.
Evan, I haven't heard your divine vocals, brother. Any final thoughts?
I see the beautiful hair, but we haven't heard your voice yet.
definitely gotta hear some final words from.
Did you see the way it just bounced a little? It was perfect. So freaking jealous.
Oh no.
Evan, give us some final words, brother.
Yeah, well, what an amazing few days, and we're not even halfway through. Like,
what an ambitious journey.
Yeah. Respect.
Definitely.
But so many good things yet to come. So it's really exciting. Yeah, we're just glad to be part of this and to be surrounded by so many good people.
Yeah, and it's a positive sense.
And it's what really we need right now, really.
Heaps of it. Well done. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. And we will see you guys tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful night. Have a great night. Be safe. Be well. Stay healthy. Good night for now.
Good night.